Okay, yes. I mean, this says something about the ecosystem, shows the growth of the ecosystem, and just not necessarily this particular forum does is that it brings together talking about the same thing, but not necessarily just inside. So, you know, when you talk about lineup for today, we're going to start with welcoming remarks, followed by opening remarks from Ms. Christine, who is the resident representative for UNDP Tanzania. And then the introduction to Innovation and Tech Forum will be given by Ms. Asha Abinala, who is the CEO for Media Convergency, followed by greetings from Honorable Engineer Kundo Andrea Matthew, who is the Deputy Minister for Information, Communication and Information Technology. Then we will swiftly move on to the first active session, which is on expert, which will be Moses Mosaga, who is Kilala. This is a Innovation Hub 255, Hearing Bureau, Senior Partner Breakthrough Attorneys, and Mr. Kennedy Komba, Director for Financial Deepening and Inclusion from Bank of Tanzania. And then we're going to have a disruptive session called The Role of Government in Championing Innovative Policymaking. And we have amazing moderators who I'm excited because I think there's and so I'm pretty pumped up to actually see and feel, it's a bit different when you have in terms of when you look at ICT that cuts across various sectors. So how do we actually design policy that will be instrumental, that will be at the end of the day? So that will be run by, moderators will be Ms. Anna Bwana, Country Director at BBC Media Action, and Mr. Aidan Eakuze, Executive Director for Tourism East Africa. Partner will vote of thanks by the Ambassador, head of the European Union delegation. So tunamsubiria Mishafika, run it up for 5 minutes. We're going to get started kuingia kwa welcoming remarks. Asanteni. Digital transformation. Building this type of thinking from the beginning, we think about how you made real tools to enabling. I also think there's a huge value of digital approaches. Just the very idea of we start from a problem that needs. I have been in the civil society sector and say, oh, I want to make a move, or I want to, deliver bed nets. What have you? What are you trying to solve? Have you cut?
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forums. The last forum is the fellowship of men
interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
Of the work being
that we need to be free to kind of fall down.
One which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have this and hands together. Be another story.
technology without
Welcome to the fourth Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of
That we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So
One which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions. If we don't lift up, work together, will be another story.
technology without human.
So everything that we do has to be people. In terms of I'm quite happy that people are platforms nowadays. Therefore, their confidence, mindset, skills, awareness are quite key in terms of developing digital economy in our country. But of course, we need to work on infrastructure and technology. And here I will separate technology from services. Because in services, that's where we also have to invest on content. Because people need to consume content through infrastructure and technology. But again, this evening that the legal and regulatory frameworks that are supportive for the data to flow, for knowledge to flow, product and services to also flow and flourish. Yeah.
I would like to congratulate the organizers. We have been debating amongst ourselves here to do this as UNDP. Joseph will kill me. We would to do this this year. So beyond supporting the innovation ecosystem, we're really privileged that we have ministries here that good attention to this. We appreciate very much, Professor and also Dr. Jim. Thank you very much. Long Innovation and Tech Forums. The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
that we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out.
It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions. But if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect the unconnected or the last mile, like I've heard a few people say, we need to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP.
Have platforms, a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
That we need to.
The biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect the unconnected or the last mile, like I've heard a few people say, we need to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that you have mentioned here.
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP to have platforms like this one.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
That we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So,
One, which is the biggest, is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect the unconnected or to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that you have mentioned here.
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
That we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So,
one which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect,
that's why government is...
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP to have platform like this one.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are
being done in the ecosystem.
that we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So,
one which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
if we want to connect the unconnected or the last mile, like I've heard a few people say, we need to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that you have mentioned here.
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP to have platform like this one.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
That we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So,
one which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect the unconnected or the last mile, like I've heard a few people say, we need to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that you have mentioned here.
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP to have platform like this one.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
That we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So,
one which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect the unconnected or the last mile, like I've heard a few people say, we need to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that you have mentioned here.
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP to have platform like this one.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud of the work being done in the ecosystem.
that we need to be free to kind of fall down, to make mistakes, and to really try things out. So,
one which is the biggest is collaboration. We cannot underestimate that. It's good that we sit in the same room and have these discussions, but if we don't lift up our legs and hands and work together, it will be another story.
Technology without human is nothing. And for that, we want to connect for better future.
If we want to connect the unconnected or the last mile, like I've heard a few people say, we need to recognize community networks.
4 is to ensure that digital economy of Tanzania is inclusive. That's why government is implementing this project that you have mentioned here.
If you want to go to digital economy, we should really have an infrastructure. There's no way you can have a digital inclusion. You can include people from the villages without having an infrastructure.
This is part of UNDP support, and we understand the importance as UNDP to have platform like this one.
As government, we are looking at to develop and to make sure that Tanzania becomes a hub of ICT innovations and development.
Welcome to the 4th Innovation and Tech Forum.
The last forum gave interest and fellowship of many interested parties who are interested for this nation and what is happening in the innovation and technology sector.
I'm very proud
I'm not coming. I will come from the audience. What are some of the things when you talk about policy? Particular aspect. Well, nothing serious. We just us. You're here to hear. Or do you have something that's at the back of your mind that you're some of your worries when it yet started, or not look at the people that think that I will look at them. Any new faces, any new voices? Yes, asante.
Asante sana. Natakiwa kusimama. Naitwa Msele, natokea chuo kikuu cha Dodoma. I have to speak English, sorry. Yeah, my name is Msele. I'm coming from the University of Dodoma. You talked about what is the main issue. Yes. Okay. I think that's about quite a broad thinking, because I have been in computer science for some time, but I find that we as a society, we have lost. We tend to grab things on technological front, scientific front, social front, without minding the history. When you come to look at technology, innovation, and the way the world is going, and ICT, when I go back and I remember Urafiki, I remember the industry, textile industry that we used to have, having heavy metal industry, the whatever called motion. We had industries, technological advances like General Tire, and all these, they never feature in our current discussion. But what went wrong? And what are we going to do differently in order to rectify what made us to fail so colossally? And we are a society which don't want to look behind and acknowledge our colossal failures. So I was thinking that in forums like this, we would focus more about our failures and attitude that has permeated this situation in a more successful. I am worried. this will just be another additional forum, and then we shall come back to have another additional forum. Why actually of why did we change what we changed? What did the changes that we made? What failures do you have from? My worry is here and then come back here next year. This one, thank you.
Asante, thank you so much for your deep insight and most specifically for being the first one to raise your hand. So if I caught that right, first is that as we're going forward, that it's important to understand what you're talking about. So what exactly went wrong? Because understanding what went wrong can help us to visualize how to do better for the future, right? And looking at our failures, my 80-20. The 80-20 rule is so looking at how we actually are going to move forward so that we don't never happened. And I think, you know, looking at those factors that you've raised, we are much more effective with such a forum that we do not only to talk, essentially. So just before the session starting, some lessons from, this was a paper by the Tony Blair. They had convened a series of roundtables around the space of innovative policymaking, and they had 5 lessons, you know, to look at. So first is to start it with a deep understanding of the challenge and the users. So you are rightly apt on that one. So understanding the challenge and how we're actually going to solve for the users at the end of the day when we're talking about policy making. But to have the ability of doing experimentation and piloting some of those solutions. Thinking about what makes the specific innovations or interventions stick within the governments and different disciplinaries, and involving a range of disciplines, skill sets, and problem-solving methodologies. So that's the reason why we have this room right here, because we have everyone from those who are working in the ICT, those who are in the startup ecosystem, those who are actually making policies, everybody who is from a different sector, from different spaces, because you cannot solve in a silo mentality. And establishing a stronger, more collaborative link in the private sector. So ensuring that when we're having these conversations, that it is just not the private sector talking to ourselves and talking about the challenges, but then it is also sector. I think there's another issue that, you know, when you're introducing yourself. Yes. So my personal is skilling. And specifically when you look at Tanzania and resources so that they can actually be competitive and you know, effective. Those are some of the things to think about as we're talking about. Yes, Karibu.
Hello, good morning. My name is Naza Nicholas Kirama, and I am from Internet Society. I might have like probably 2 worries. Number one is that probably 70% of what we are going to talk about today will never be able to see the light of the day in terms of see through it. For example, we might be oil to give very good ideas, but in the end, are these going to be realized in terms of, we're talking about, you know, being disruptive. Is this really going to see the light of the day at the end of the day? That is my first worry. My second worry is that the innovative approaches to policymaking is that we have not grounded ourselves in terms of stakeholder approach to be able to really innovate ourselves from the holes that we find ourselves. And the policy discussions seems to, to take the elite of the community, just like us, those of us who really went to school. But now, if you are talking about a village somewhere in Tandahimba, are these people really involved in terms of making sure that the policy that we actually really exist from them, coming from them, or we just, take this tangent where we lock ourselves in a room and copy somewhere and paste and eat, invite some individuals for a cup of coffee, a one-day type of show, where you really blessed to be a public policy in terms of its worry. And I really will be appreciative if we can really be disruptive in terms of making sure we see through it and, what we are talking about really see the light of the day. That will be my worry.
Thank you for that. So 70% worry is that 70% of the discussion here will actually not see the light of day. So I hope Asha will be able to shed some light in that one. I was actually, challenging her. Yes, you are here. You're back here. Yay. You will be able to share some light? A little bit. I think I was just talking with her earlier and just talking about the fact that, the evolution of the Innovation and Tech Forum and, what are some of the things that have actually happened post our sitting down and having these particular discussions. So of being in just an ecosystem and seeing it grow from what it was back then it takes a lot of players, it takes a lot of talking, a lot of discussions. Now I'll speak as a founder and trying to explain technology to a wide range of stakeholders. It is not as easy, so I think there's a lot of back-end discussions that goes on, and I'll leave it to her to speak.
I think this is the right opportunity. We are limited with time. So I'm really glad, Kakanaza, you've pointed that out. Because for us, we would be very worried if you are at this meeting and expect that we have a solution for everything or how this is going to work. Then we'll be in trouble. The reason you are here and the reason we sent an invite is because we believed you are the right stakeholder to be on board, to contribute on the best way to go forward. It has been very interesting, like Lillian has said earlier in the morning, we're talking about it. So we are transitioning from the way it was from the first forum to where we are right now. It has been a learning process. Like we can document the first forum, what came on board, what did we learn? And the other reason, so this is an initiative, and as much as it can be seen as an initiative done by Media Convergency, or maybe solely coordinated by Media Convergency, we are setting it in a way which is very independent to make sure that everybody is on board. When it comes to the Innovation and Tech Forum, we are the Innovation and Tech Forum. And we welcome a lot of contributions, solutions, and maybe an insight on the best way it could work. But nevertheless, it has been very interesting. Monitoring is one of the very important aspects we are doing internally. very, very important, because we cannot be holding this conversation and not see action or not see a ripple effect. Now when it comes to policies, when it comes to conversations, it takes a very long time for you to get to see. Kaka nani wa Vodacom, why? Nguvu, yeah. So for instance, we've had Nguvu. I remember one of the forums, it was the first or second forum. A startup, a startup founder raised a question, wanted to know, wanting to know how they can be engaged maybe in initiatives or work done by Vodacom, because maybe they're working with big companies, and they took it as a challenge and decided that they will work on it to see how they bring on board many people. We have certain aspects which we have seen as a result of this forum. Kaka Jones there can text. Can I give you the mic and you add on maybe? But yes, I would like to say that we are taking that as a challenge, and we would really wish to have more insight and more people or more partners, whether an organization or an individual play part to this. But already, we're happy already playing part of it. You are here already, and again, I know Lillian has said so. Apologies for the for starting late. There was a miscommunication on time to some of the invites, but we'll be starting soon. Thank you.
Sawa, and soon is now. I think our guests are coming in. Yes, they are. Okay. And not yet. Okay. Okay, was ist da? I think, but yeah, I think just, moving on from that particular conversation, actually you had noted actually something that the PS had mentioned on the last, I think it was the fourth forum, and it's something that actually has been followed through. Nadhani leo pia tutasikia kutoka kwa Kennedy Komba on just possibly sandbox and all of that. So some of these things that are proceeding, not necessarily just on the Innovation and Tech Forum session that is happening here, but it's a collective effort of different convenings that are happening across the sector, across the sector, across the board. But yeah, I think we are going to be getting started in a few seconds or minutes, hopefully. And there'll be a few changes just so that we can accommodate the delay in the starting. And again, apologies on the delay. We do appreciate your time and specifically getting on here right on time. Najua hali ya hewa imebadilika. We've been having rainy season in Dar es Salaam. Magari yetu siku mengine yamebadilika kuwepo mitumbwi, lakini it's all good. So appreciative of your patience, and we're going to ensure that we recoup the time that has been spent here so that we finish right on time also. Give it 5 minutes before our guests come in, and I will alert you accordingly.
To this dialogue, we should not take it lightly. We appreciate very much Professor and also Dr. Jim. Thank you very much. I don't want to prolong an already
okay, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause as our guests come in. Karibuni, karibuni. Karibu, Joseph Maniarakiza, Funguo Program Manager, Ms. Kristen Musisi, Resident Representative, UNDP Tanzania, Dr. Amos Nungu, Director General, Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, COSTECH, Ambassador Manfredo Fanti, head of the European Union delegation to Tanzania and to the EAC. Welcome all, and have a seat. As noted, and Dr. Nkundo Moses Mwasaga, Director General for ICT Commission, who's still on the way back there, but he's coming through to sit. Buni. We're going to aptly get started so that we recoup our time. I'd like to hand over the mic for our welcoming remarks to Dr. Amos Nungu, Director General of Tanzania COSTECH. Karibu, Dr. Amos Nungu.
Amekaribia yuko hapo nje. Kwa nimsubiri au nifanyaje? Ndio Mwasaga na kumpokea hapo nje.
Pale wanapomuita MC msema chochote. Now we understand. Really? MC msema chochote. Yes, I hear. So just a couple of minutes as we are awaiting our honorable guest, Honorable Engineer in Information Technology. Our honorable guest, Karibuni. We had somewhat started pivoting on our session for the day and just started engaging with the different participants with regards to what our expectations for the Innovation and Tech Forum session for the day. And I think one of the clear things that came out is just the fact that it's important to have these forums, but the clear indication is how are we ensuring that the things that are discussed on here actually are implemented on the ground and the policy comes to effect. But I think what the President for ISACA had also mentioned is when we're talking about designing or putting solutions on for users, are we actually ensuring that the users are the right users, or is it that the people that are actually in these particular sessions speaking from their perspective? And I think what came up to mind in my thinking is, you know, human-centered design, like are we actually designing solutions for those who are on the ground? So, you know, being able to look at those particular factors and discussions, really deep diving into, I think a professor from University of Dodoma was talking about looking at our failures, but looking at them as a learning point so that we're able to design accordingly for the future around this space. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give another few seconds? And then we're going to give another round of applause for our actually honorable guest. But it's going to happen. But yes. But yeah, Msema Chochote is at work today. Okay, I didn't mention there's going to be a brief change, so we're going to have welcoming remarks, opening remarks, introduction of the Innovation and Tech Forum, which will then round off to the forward-looking and integrated approach policymaking in the digital age. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a round of applause for our guest of honor, the Honorable Engineer Kundo Andrea Matthew, who is the Deputy Minister of Information, Communication. Asante. Karibu, Honorable Engineer Kundo Andrea Matthew, to the 5th Innovation and Tech Forum. Our theme for the day is Innovating Policy, a forward-looking and integrated approach to policy making in the digital age. I would like for us to, my name is Lillian Sechelela Madeje, founder of Nigeria Platform, and I will be the event moderator. Without spending much time and recouping our time, I would like to hand over the mic for welcome remarks to Dr. Amos Nungo, who is the Director General for Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, COSTECH. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Amos Nungo as he comes to take the stage.
Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. Honorable Engineer Kundo Matthew, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology, Ambassador Manfredo Fenti, Head of the EU Delegation, Ambassador Finland, DG ICT Commission, Dr. Masaga, partners for this event, UNDP ICT Commission and the Media Convergence, moderators and the panelists, participants, veterans for the innovation. I saw Dr. Mlamula. Karibuni sana. As I understand, we all understand Swahili. Na wasalimu kwa ajili ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Yeah, at least for that one. Yes, so it is a great pleasure for meeting again for the 5th time for the Innovation Tech Forum. As I mentioned when we started, Funguo and the COSTECH and the Media Convergence. I remember I started at COSTECH, but we saw the support from the community. And today when we say the 5th one, I'm glad to see so many faces. I mean, as I said, the partners, but also for us participants, because without you, then this is not possible. We have seen the theme for this year, I mean for this Innovation Tech Forum, but one thing I wanted to connect with, I mean, this is part of the Innovation Week, which is happening now in Dodoma from today. And the theme for the Innovation Week is innovation for competitive economy. This goes hand in hand with today's theme, which is a forward-looking and integrated approach for policymaking in the digital age. As I'm here to welcome you all to this session, to this conversation, but I touch on good memories. As I said, I see here Dr. Mlamula. I was chatting with the what started through the Tanzania ICT project, which was a bilateral cooperation between Tanzania and Finland, which was by then implemented through the Ministry of Communication, Science and Technology. Now we can say Ministry of ICT. And the COSTECH was under that ministry. So the Building Hub at COSTECH is a result of the Tanzania ICT program, which was later fueled by HDIF and connecting to Funguo. So today when we partner with Funguo and others to have this innovation and the technology forum, we bring back the memories of the Tanzania ICT project, hand in hand with the InfoDev project, which resulted into DTBI, where Dr. Mlamula was the champion of that project. So these good memories, and now we are at the 5th Innovation and Tech Forum. When we look back, we have to realize and appreciate those efforts. So at least I would say, please I would say, we have to congratulate and say thanks to the Tanzania ICT program, HDIF, because we appreciate what they have, the foundation they've laid until we are now today here. Kwa hiyo naomba tupige makofi kidogo. Lakini niseme, haya yote hayawezekani bila sisi wote. I'm always very comfortable, and I always say it. The government first duty is to lay down the conducive environment for this innovation ecosystem to take place. So while we are part of it, but most of it, policy is the main thing, putting down the commercial environment. That's why today, in our partners, we have the media convergence. It's not a government, we have Funguo, but because the environment is very conducive, then everybody can play a part. So coming to policy making is the key component of the government, but it is a policy for who? For the ecosystem. So our participation, our contribution, our engagement are very crucial, especially at this juncture. The Tanzania we want, Tanzania we wish, we are part of it in the making. Kwa hiyo kwa mara nyingine tena niwashukuru wote kuhudhuria leo na niwaombe tushirikiane kikamilifu sana katika kutoa mawazo yetu, kuchangia ili tuwe na hizo sera na miongozo ambayo inaendana na dunia ya leo. Washiriki wote niwashukuru kwa ujio wenu, niseme karibuni sana, and thank you for coming. Thank you for the partners who are here today for making this event successful, and which is a part of the Innovation Week, and everyone who can come to Dodoma on Friday this week, 28th, you are welcome to come and participate, because in Dodoma you will see part of the results of the policies we are making, that we have many innovators coming to Dodoma to showcase their innovations, because are a result of the policies, but we want a forward-looking, and we wish to engage more so that we can make it better. Karibuni sana na asanteni sana.
Asante Dr. Amos Nungu. Shukran. Na karibuni Dodoma. Moving on, for opening remarks, I'd like to call on to the stage Ms. Christine Musisi, resident representative for UNDP Tanzania, to share her opening remarks to this particular stage. Karibu, Christine.
Thank you, Lillian. Honorable Engineer Andrew Matthew, Deputy Minister of Information Communications and Information Technology, Ambassador Manfredo Fanti, Head of the European Union Delegation to Tanzania and to the East African Community, Ambassador Teresa Zitting, Finnish Ambassador to Tanzania, and welcome. Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General, ICT Commission, Dr. Amos Nungu, Director General, COSTECH, our partners, Media Convergency, and all our partners who are here, wageni waalikwa, habari za asubuhi. Nawasalamia kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi endelee. Yes, I am so pleased that we are here at the 5th edition of the Innovation and Tech Forum as we celebrate the Innovation Week Tanzania 2023. I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology and all the partners for continuously promoting innovation through strategic platforms like this one. Let me first take the opportunity to thank our long-term partners, COSTECH, ICT Commission, Media Convergency, with whom we have been working to keep the conversations on innovation and digitalization going in Tanzania. Thank you so much for the partnership. It has been, we started at a very infancy stage, but I'm glad to see that it is growing, and we've grown to this level. Hongereni sana. I would also like to thank our funding partners, European Union and the UK, who have funded Funguo. They are working with us all the way as we work with the government. Thank you very much. And I'm also happy to see the participation of Ambassador of Finland, Ambassador Teresa, who actually Finland supported the Tanz ICT project, as you heard from Dr. Nungu. So Funguo is a third generation initiative that draws on the successes and lessons of previous interventions. It has 2 or even more mothers or fathers, I'm not sure how to term it, but we are so happy that you're here. And what a privilege to be here with Engineer Kundo, Deputy Minister, and have the opportunity to engage in dialogue on innovation in policy making. When we met last year during the Tanzania Digital Youth Summit, Deputy Minister, you challenged us to organize a session that would discuss this subject at large. I remember when we were waiting for the meeting to start, you really fired challenges, you know, to help our critical thinking to bring these issues forward. And I'm so glad that you are here to see the initiation of this conversation. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa. I must say that it's high time we had this conversation. As the country undergoes a rapid digital transformation, the need for agile and innovative policy making has never been more pressing. That is why we are advocating for a more innovative approach to policy making, one that takes into account the rapidly changing development needs of Tanzania and embraces and leverages the potential of emerging technologies. We were, for example, talking about the digital blueprint, and if you're to develop a policy that has to do with digitization or the digital economy, and you follow the same procedure, the same policy cycle, by the time the policy is ready and endorsed, it will no longer be relevant because things have changed. So we are really counting on this forum to start thinking, how do we start developing policies that are relevant, that are timely, and in what way? And how do we draw on current technology to ensure full participation of the entire population, which is possible, while at the same time ensuring full endorsement by the leadership of the country? I think we need to really challenge ourselves to be able to come up with solutions. As the theme for this year's Innovation Week goes, it is innovation for a competitive economy. And we all know how the critical role of progressive and forward-looking policies is in driving the nation towards this aspiration. And I must admit that we have seen a few progressive examples by some of the government's institutions in embedding innovation in the policy-making process. We have heard of the FinTech Regulatory Sandbox by the Bank of Tanzania, the crowdfunding guidelines by the Capital Markets and Securities Authorities, just to name a few, all geared towards nurturing the emerging non-traditional business models
made possible by digital transformation. I'm looking forward to hearing more good examples from the discussions, and more importantly, that what can be done to fully embrace innovation in our policymaking processes. I am glad to see that in this group we have a combination of young people and those who are working at, I said at touch older, working together to come up with the solutions, because the young people, as I keep saying, give your iPhone to a 3-year-old, they'll crack your pin. There's something about the new generation that is very much connected to where the world is going already, and yet there is the wisdom of the older generation, who help to guide the process. So I'm hoping that the combination also of this being a multi-sectoral initiative, people coming from all walks of life, from different government ministries, innovators, tech, fintech companies, it's really a good opportunity to bring all of us together, be it government, private sector, non-governmental organizations. So I could go on and on, so I'm looking at some of my colleagues saying, okay, you stop there. But let me conclude these few opening remarks by once again thanking everyone for choosing to be here today. We do not take it for granted. Let me also thank our partners, I will say again, European Union and British government, for partnering with UNDP to make the Funguo program a reality, which enables us to support initiatives like these ones. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Karibu. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Christine Musisi. Swiftly moving on, I'd like to welcome to the stage for introducing the Innovation and Tech Forum, Ms. Asha Abinala, CEO for Media Convergency. Karibu, Asha.
Asante sana, Lilian. I would like to acknowledge Mheshimiwa Engineer Kundo Andrew Matthew, Deputy Minister of Information, Communications and Information Technology, Ambassador Manfredo Fanti, Head of the European Union Delegation to Tanzania and to the EAC, Ambassador Teresa Ziting, Finland Ambassador to Tanzania, our partners who have been with us since the journey, very supportive and caring, Madam Christine Musisi, resident UNDP, plus the Funguo program. Dr. Amos Nungu, Director General COSTECH, Dr. Mkundo Masaga, Director General ICT Commission, all the great minds that have agreed to grace us with their expertise, experience, and insights. Last but not least, all who have made it to the forum today, whether you are following online or are here with us. On behalf of Media Convergency, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 5th Innovation and Tech Forum. Good morning. Media Convergency has been fortunate to be the coordinator of the forum, which is intentionally set to have as many key partners on board as possible, as well as more coordinators in the future for its strength and sustainability. When we first launched the Innovation and Tech Forum in August 2021, with the support of COSTECH and UNDP, our target number of participants was like, let's have like 20 to 30 people in the room. We are aiming for stakeholders interested in innovation, technology, and a thriving ecosystem. We believed that the numbers would not matter, but the discussions. With time, we were proved wrong, but it was in a good way, for it was a wonderful learning experience. The forum saw around 52 participants, something which the DG just explained in his remarks. As of yesterday, we have held 4 innovation and tech forums. We have had a total of 370 offline participants in all the 4 forums. We have had a total of 500 online participants following through digital channels such as YouTube and Zoom while the convenings are going on. We have had a direct online reach of over 24 million netizens across all social media platforms. We have had online impressions of over 500 million across social media platforms, and most importantly, I think this is my favorite, we have had a total of 5,079 downloads of all the Innovation and Tech Forum reports that we published after every convening. Louder, please. Thank you. You know, numbers don't lie. With numbers, for us, we monitor numbers because it gives us confidence that what we are producing or what is being produced in the forum is the right thing and right content. While we cannot explain and contribute, as partners or coordinating and sitting here, we cannot contribute the excellent content that comes out from partners who agree and come and share their expertise. We intend to make sure that we record everything. Documenting everything about the forum to make sure that we have a record that we can monitor, learn. We learn from available conversations is very key for the Innovation and Tech Forum. You can follow and get everything at the InnoTech Forum. For those who use a lot of social media, you can follow through the hashtags of InnoTech Forum, or you can follow the pages of InnoTech Forum. The forum's goal has been very consistent, creating an enabling environment for innovation, technology, and social ventures through solution-oriented discussions for and from the ecosystem. For those who have never been part of the conversation, or never heard what is in store today, you'll be very happy. I'm looking forward to it. We are proud of the growth and impact and believe that the forum will continue to be a powerful tool for evaluation to help drive sustainable development in the ecosystem to go in pace with the 4th Industrial Revolution. And this time it is special. It is part of the Innovation Week for 2023. At Media Convergency, we are constantly filled with a hunger for knowledge, growth, and what the 4th Industrial Revolution means and looks like for a digital Tanzania. I am personally looking forward to learning more from the speakers on today's thematic topic. We are very grateful for the strong, consistent, patient, supportive collaboration that we have had from the partners, including the Ministry of Information, Communications and Information Technology, the ICT Commission, COSTECH, Funguo Innovative Program, and the UNDP in general. We also extend our gratitude to all the key players, you seated all here, and those who are following and listening, and those who download reports and follow on social media. We really appreciate your contribution to the ecosystem and making this forum a success. It is hard to mention everyone who has been key, but we thank you. Asanteni.
Asante. I would like to take this moment kwa heshima na taadhima zote, kama naweza nikakualika naibu waziri kuja kutusalimia tu kwa dakika moja kabla maongezi hayajaanza na kuweza kumsikiliza Dr. Nkundo Moses akitoa expert opinion. Understanding that this is actually a docket, we'd just like to hear from you. A few welcome remarks before we actually get started. A hands of applause for Honorable Engineer Kundo and Matthew as he comes to say a word.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Nilijaribu kuchelewa ili tunywe chai. Ya Mheshimiwa Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan ambaye ni mwasisi wa salamu yetu. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania.
Kuna mtu mmoja aliwahi kuniambia huwa ni kazi kubwa sana kumshawishi daktari kutabasamu. Lakini nimegundua pia kuna kazi ngumu sana kuwashawishi hata mainjinia kutabasamu. Kazi inakuja pale ambapo mwanasiasa anataka waone wote wanatabasamu. Kuna kuoga na changamoto kubwa sana. Lakini wote wanasimama katika professional zao. Ni lazima kuwe na kitu kitakachowaunganisha. Najaribu kusema nini? Tuna Wizara ya Habari, Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari. Tuna Wizara ya Sayansi na Teknolojia, Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia. Wizara ya Sayansi wanaweza wakaja na sera yao. Wizara ya Habari wanaweza wakaja na sera yao ya kutekeleza jambo lile lile, lakini wakajikuta kwamba kuna sehemu hawakutani. Sasa sisi wanasiasa huwa tunataka kwamba injinia na daktari wote watabasamu. Maana yake ni kwamba ili watabasamu unatakiwa kuwaunganisha wa participate katika lile ambalo unataka aliwafanye watabasamu wote kwa pamoja. Usipofanya hivyo, huyu ataenda huku, huyu ataenda kule. Mwisho wa siku hamtoweza kuwa na kitu ambacho kinakuwa sustainable. Nimeona na mawakili wasomi wapo. Nimemwona Justina yupo hapa pia. Dr. Muramura. Your Excellency Manfredo Fanti, European Union Ambassador, Honorable Teresa Zitting, Finnish Ambassador, Honorable Christine Musisi, UNDP Representative, Professor Msele, the Chairman of ICTC Board, Dr. Nkundo Masaga, Director General of ICTC, Dr. Amos Nungu, Director General COSTECH, Ms. Asha Abinar, CEO Media Convergence, Director from Government and Ministries, Dr. Mulamula, moderators, and the panelists. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Sina maneno mengi sana. Today, as we celebrate the Innovation and Tech Forum week, I'm here just to be a student. I would be glad to see how the public sector and private sector engage together to see how this nation can move forward. To bring innovation into policymaking means looking at the organizational and the behavior aspect of innovation in particular. How to bring up ideas, convince colleagues and highlights, gather support and resources for the implementation. I would like you to hear, and I'm looking forward to this conversation, which will eventually improve our policy making. Looking forward to see how public sector and private sector can work together to improve our policy making from the traditional means that we used to have, and to what we are looking forward to see how we can cope with the pace of technology and the way more emerging technologies that are coming into our lives. Policy is all about solving the problems, solving challenges. If you have, let's say, we're expecting to launch our own satellite, but we don't have the policy which is going to support and which is going to address this issue. So it's really high time now to consider how we can move about to come to our end goal. What is our end goals? For now, I will not say it, because these conversations, this engagement, I'm pretty sure will come up with some solutions which are going to address the problem. As the government, we just need to be well informed so as we can make a proper decision. We are in the digital transformation. We need the policy which can cope with the change of technology available in the world. I understand. Sometimes it might not be easy, as you all know. It has to engage several stages. But that's why you come up with innovation. You have to innovate how you come up with your policy procedures, processes, how you come to drive to the end goal. Maybe we are lost somewhere, and maybe we are not well prepared, and maybe we're prepared, but the problem is the procedures, which might become the problem as well. So, we understand your presence here today. As you earlier mentioned, Christine Musisi, I challenged last time we met. And I'm glad to see you today here. And I believe after something will come, and as the government, we're going to pick it from there. I'm here just on behalf of the Minister, Honorable Nape Moses Nauye. He liked to be part of this very important forum, but because of different circumstances, responsibilities, he couldn't make it here today. Instead, he asked me to represent here to make sure that the government presence is visible. And let me assure you that everything you think you want the government to hear, I am here today to hear your voices. And I will make sure that we put into practice. We are not just going to hear and just leave it here. We are going to make sure that the government representation is going to take it seriously. We understand the efforts made by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan to engage with the international organizations, international forums, just aiming to make sure that we improve the government provision of services to its people. So that is whatever we are actually doing eventually is just the provision of service to our people. And that is what Her Excellency is looking for, and we are assisting her to make sure that she can actually achieve what she's aspiring. And we're here, private sector and the public, to make sure that we work together. We engage, more forums, we come again, you come again. That is what will make a good country for investment. Policy can initiate from the outside the government. The ideas can be initiated by the challenge which initiate from the outside, but also can initiate from the government itself. Either way, the procedure will be followed and will come up with a solution which is going to address people's problem. Nawashukuruni sana kwa kujitokeza kwa wingi. Najua kuna mambo mazuri tutayapata kutoka kwenu. Na sisi kama serikali tutaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba tunasimama pamoja ili tuweze kwenda mbele. Tumesikia mambo mengi sana ya teknolojia zinazoibukia, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, fintech. Tuna fedha pia za bitcoins. Haya yote yatahitaji kuwepo na sera ambayo itaendana na kasi ya mabadiliko haya. Sera kuwepo sio shida. Tatizo namna ya kukama na sera kwa haraka kulingana na spidi, na ndicho kinachotakiwa. Having an idea to have a policy is not a problem. But how you can speed up to come to the end and to put that policy into practice, that's what we need to hear from you today. Tuna vitu vingi sana tunavisikia huko, lakini tungependa kuviona hapa. Lakini sera zingine ni kwamba tunakuwa na incubation ambazo unatengeneza mtu hasa akitoka pale akienda kutengeneza system yake anaambiwa kwamba una experience, umeshafanya kwenye taasisi za serikali ngapi? Alafu umemtoa kwenye incubation center ambayo ni ya kwako na wewe ni serikali. Alafu ana uwezo wa kutengeneza apps yake ambayo inaweza kutusaidia kufanya kitu fulani. Alafu namwambia kwamba umeshafanya kazi ngapi za serikali? Hayo jamani, hatuoni ni sehemu ya sera. Ni vitu vingi ambavyo tunatakiwa kuifanyia kazi. Hatutaki kuwa na incubation center mwisho wa siku tunakuwa na white elephant. Kwa sababu anatoka pale bado anakuwa na barriers. We should think critically how to remove these barriers to the success of our people. Hayo yote yanatakiwa kuwa sehemu ya nini? Ya policymaking. Mimi kama kijana ambaye ni professional IT, I should not consider myself as a deputy minister. I should consider myself as a professional. Na wenzangu huko walioko mtaani kuna kitu gani wanachosafa? One day I will not be here. Maybe I'll try to continue with my professional. By the time I'm interested in this position, if I cannot do anything, then I'm not helping myself. Kwa hiyo nawaomba sana muwe so open, transparent. The good thing ni kwamba tuna nafasi ya kuongea na sisi tutayachukua kama serikali, tutayaweka kwenye pipeline ambayo imekaa katika msingi unaotakiwa. It's very unfortunate for you. You said just 1 minute, I'm a politician. I don't speak for 1 minute. Thank you very much for listening.
Asante. Well, I think you're a politician, but you still are good. The engineer part in you is still working. That aspect is still good. I think, just briefly, when you're starting to talk, you spoke about harmonization of policies, and I think that's also key. But before you all came in, we were having a discussion as a team or as participants, and I think one of the key things was looking at, staying in this room, being able to speak, and that the fact that you've said uko hapa kwa ajili ya kutusikiliza, kwa sababu there was already a question kwamba tusije tukawa tunakaa tunaongea lakini hayafanyiwi kazi. So we're really take heart that you're here to actually listen so that we actually put these things into action. Swiftly moving on, I would like to call onto the stage for our first expert opinion, forward-looking and integrated approach to policymaking in the digital age. Our speaker will be Dr. Nkundo Moses Mwasaga, who is the Director General for ICT Commission. Karibu, Dr. Mwasaga. Hands of applause for Dr. Mwasaga, please. You have more than 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Lillian. Honorable Engineer Kundo Matthew, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Information, Communication and ICT, Ambassador of EU, Your Excellency Manfredo Fanti, Ambassador of Finland, Your Excellency Teresa Zitting, UNDP Resident Representative Christine Musisi, Professor Msele, the Chairman of the Board of ICT Commission, Director General of COSTECH, my colleague, Dr. Amos Nungu, Asha Abinala of Media Convergence, Director of ICT of the Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, Mr. Mashaka, Director of Planning of the Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, ladies and gentlemen, nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. It's my great pleasure to be in front of you today in the Innovation and Tech Forum. I'm specifically grateful because I've been given this chance to give my opinion, expert opinion, which is I have a room to just wander around in the ICT space and give my own opinion on that. The topic is a forward-looking and integrated approach to policymaking in the digital age. Policymaking as an art, it has been there for a long time, and government used to use different instruments to guide something that they aim to achieve, like enact laws, draft policies, and issue guidelines and framework to ensure that things are going fine. But things have really changed from the way this art started and where we are now. And we are here because there's a lot of innovation which was done in different fields of science and engineering, specifically in electronics, telecommunication and things like that. So that the innovation in those areas are the ones that were created, an area which is called IT. The field which enable us to manage data, and is a field that produces a lot of data as the way things are. Now, IT, the way it came from, or if I start to talk about it from 1995, from the time that we started to experience it, ICT was just a supporting field. It was a field that supports office operations, the field that enables people to create programs and things like that. But as a number of initiatives were done, for example, the initiative of connecting people, building networks, providing networks that enable people to be connected, and the innovation which enables computing power to be more affordable. We have started to see that the process of using ICT is not only to support activity in the office, but it is something that can enable people to communicate. We started to see people using portable devices like mobiles, the tablets, and the computer and things like that. And those technologies or those innovations enable to create a lot of data, which are now used as means to make decision. So ICT now moved from being a supporting, but now is a strategic area which enable to increase countries' competitive, for example, or to build economy, to provide services to different people. Now we are facing with one thing, that there are technologies which enable us to use a lot of data to our advantage, or enable us to do certain activities which were done in other sectors before. For instance, nowadays it's very easy to use mobile phone or other services which are running on mobile to perform transactions. It's easy to use these devices to do analysis which was not easy to be done before. Now, because of that, because the technologies are viable without any problem, and data are available, but it's concentrated in some countries more than other countries. We really need to talk now about the digital transformation. Now, how countries they can transform themselves quickly so that they can take advantage of all these innovations which are done to solve two major questions that many countries are trying to make sure that they solve. One, to create jobs, especially to youth, and then also to build the GDP of the country, to ensure that the GDP of a country grows, and it grows in a sector that they've shown that they can produce growth more than in other sectors. So the reason why digital transformation is important is because countries which have behind in accelerating the digital transformation, they've seen that those economies, they are transformed to be consumers. Consumer of technologies of other people, and the danger is, and other country to be, I've just come from Estonia, a country of population of 1.3 million. They are really innovating, to say the truth. They are really innovating, and what I've seen there is, it's outstanding. The GDP of a country of having policies or means of writing policy, which is, I can say, a bit of rigid. That is, you follow the same procedure of creating it and then to implement it. And to be able to be competitive in a digital economy is going to be slightly difficult. And the trend has shown, small countries, because of their size, they can innovate quickly because the processes of making policies are much quicker than in other places. For instance, we know there's an emerging technology, and the Honorable Minister have well explained about it. There are technologies like the blockchains, the analytics, the AI, and the other things. Among all these emerging technologies that we know, the one that is more challenging now, in many countries they really try to think how they can be able to harness it, is AI. AI as a technology, the part of technical knowledge of AI is not the difficult part of it. But AI have two major components that they are giving competitive edge to some countries. One is availability of data. There are countries that they have a lot of data. They collect everywhere in the world. And there are countries that they invested a lot in a computational power. AI need computation. Creating an application is one thing, but having a data is what matters. But now in the policy, do our policy talk about making sure that, for example, we create a global agreement that data can be a global public good, so that we have to compete for ourselves in innovation. Not to have a barrier that I can innovate, because as a programmer, I can learn about AI. There's no problem about it. I can create an application. But the major question will come, where are you going to get the data? Because data there in, and the most interesting thing, data is not that residing to certain countries. Data, much of the data of the world are held by very few companies. And one indicator of that has been seen in the number of research that is done in AI. It has been seen more research are done by certain companies. Of course, I'm not publicizing, but I can mention some of them. Google, the Googles, the Microsoft, right? The Tencent and all other companies. Those are the ones that they do, if you look at research of AI, they do more research. And they have edge because of those things that I'm talking about. They can innovate in the part of software, which we can also innovate. There's no problem about it. The languages that they are using to create are known. The libraries are the same. But they have competitive edge of they have data and they have the computational power. Now, we discussed this thing in Estonia also in the trip. They say they have a challenge in this area. And this challenge, it required a way where countries, they can coordinate together to create a regime, global regime, that will enable most of the countries or company or individual to access data so that we can compete only in the way on how we can innovate in the software layer, but not because you don't have data. Many people, they've been excited with an application which is called ChatGPT, right? Very excited. But we need to ask ourselves questions. Why that company was able to create that application? It's not because they have very strong programmers, because the programming part anyone can learn. But it's because they have more data than most of the country. A company have more data than most of the company. So they have an edge in AI. And the AI now is entering in all fields. I was given a very terrifying example when I was in Estonia. I'll give the example of Estonia because I just came back from there this Sunday. We have autonomous cars nowadays. They offer very good service to us, right? They relieve us the burden of driving cars. Some of the things they are done automatically. The car will start to understand you as a human who is there. But there's one gentleman was saying they have an issue with company that they're creating autonomous car. Because digital transformation deals with 5 pillars normally. Pillar number 1 is digital skills. Pillar number 2 is digital security and trust. Pillar number 3 is telecommunication service. 4 is digital economy. And the last one is digital innovation and the issue of entrepreneurship. So he was saying, okay, I can buy this car. Those companies that they are making those autonomous cars or cars that have the capability of autonomous, they don't disclose their code. Because it's controlled by a software. They don't disclose their code. So he was asking, what if I'm in a highway, 120 kilometers per hour, I'm driving my car, and someone hacked the system, because that's a software. It talks with the internet. Hack the system and disable the brakes. What will happen? It's a genuine concern. It's a genuine concern. And these are the things that we need global platform to discuss about that so that we can tame these big companies so that they can consider the consumer protection part of digital transformation. So these are the things that our way of how we make policies have to evolve. It has to evolve in such a way we start to have a sound in the regional blocks, for example, in some aspect of things, so that we can have our voice, and our voice can be held in a global institutions. It's not an easy task, that I know, but this is something that has to be done. Many people have said, there are some people, they've passed exams by getting C using ChatGPT. But the truth of the matter is, the software itself is not intelligence. The intelligence of a software comes with the data that they have. Now, who is assuring the biases in data? That's another problem. Because in some aspect, it has been shown that that software has a lot of bias. It depends on which data that one has. So we need to regulate AI very well. And AI, the way it looks, is more is very intrusive. It's going to enter almost in every field, especially the area of decision making. Now, countries that will not have enough data, they will not be able to make accurate decisions. Because in nowadays time, the most important thing is, of course, we've been making decisions. It's not that we are not making decisions, but the time factor is very important now. A person with enough data and a lot of computation, good algorithm, can make accurate decision in a very short time, and they can get advantage over that. So, yeah, Lillian, you've started. I can talk more about this, but the most important thing that I say, our policy-making process has to take advantage of digital skills. And in the digital skills, the best model is a model of EU, where they look at digital skills in basic skills, intermediate skills, and advanced skills. So we need to make sure that we create our policies to take advantage of those areas. The area of digital economy, we have to have flexible policies that, one, will enable us to use all the systems that we are using now in a more secure way. We have to build trust, because trust can discriminate some of the people. We talk about inclusive digital economy of today. Trust is very important. People, they have to use platforms, and they have to trust what the platform does. Digital telecommunication services. We must provide affordable telecommunication service without discriminating anyone. Everybody has to be there, because in the digital economy of today, once you are not connected, the effect of that is bigger than the digital economy of when we started these things. The digital economy is important. Open access, access to data, the issue of taxation, the issues of instant payment system, the issue of making the cost of transaction lower is very important the way things are. And then the pillar of digital research and entrepreneurship is very important, because a country that cannot innovate faster is a country that can be converted to be a consumer for life. And being a consumer in the digital economy is not very, very good. So to sum up, this is what I prepared to talk about, and I'm ready and waiting for more discussion. Lillian, thank you very much.
Asante sana. Leveraging data analytics speed that we're actually using this information to make informed insights. Asante sana, Dr. Nkondo Moses, for your expert opinion on how we should look at approaching policymaking in the digital age. Swiftly moving on, we're going to do a little swift in terms of our agenda. Doctor was talking about he was in Estonia and some of the examples that were there. So I'd just like to take this moment to welcome Ambassador Manfredo Fanti, just to give us his insights and his outlook in terms of this whole session. Karibu sana, Ambassador, for us to hear your thoughts.
Yes, working. Few remarks, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here together with you today, and I'm really very keen to listen to the discussion that is going to take place. I would like to just make a few remarks. First of all, I think that we are all very interested in listening to the situation about innovation in startups here in Tanzania. I think that we have already observed various achievements in this sector, and there are a number of challenges that are in front of us and that have to be tackled. but the experience has already shown that startups and innovation will bring a decisive contribution to sustainable development of the country, and this is why this subject is so important. Some aspects have drawn my attention during the discussions that I had with the various interlocutors. The first one is this close connection that there is between innovation and startups and higher education, and the fact that they have a reciprocal effect, a push effect, which is beneficial to them. The fact that you cannot have innovation and startups without higher education providing the right skills to the people. The second is the fact that even if startups are starting small, they can become very quickly much bigger operations and can be very impactful for the economy of the country if there are the right policies to support them. And the third element is that in Tanzania there is clearly a huge space open for startups in many different sectors. So we really have an open field which can be open to the creativity of the people. The European Union praises a lot the commitment of the Tanzanian government to develop the appropriate policies in this sector. And this is the reason why we have decided to devote part of our bilateral cooperation to two programs specifically targeting innovation and digital services. The first one is precisely Funguo, which is supporting startups and which is implemented in partnership with UNDP and UNCDF, besides, of course, the Tanzanian government. It has three main objectives: providing funds to startups that meet certain conditions of sustainability, contribute to create an enabling environment, and support the policymakers in adopting the most suitable regulation for this sector of business to thrive. For instance, in the sector of crowdfunding, which is clearly an important matter there. And I'm very proud to say that the first call of applications for funding prompted 360 applications from Tanzanian startups, of which 26 received grants for a total amount of 2.6 billion Tanzanian shillings. Another call will follow shortly, hopefully already in the month of May, and I also wish to mention the recent memorandum of understanding with the Stanbic Bank Incubator to facilitate access to diverse sources of capital and enhance the quality of business development services. The other program that the European Union is funding is the Digital for Tanzania. This is a much bigger one. It is 90.6 billion shillings, including direct budget support to the government to accompany the implementation of policies in the digital sector. It aims at increasing access to the usage of digital payments and digital financial services in Tanzania, while supporting the innovation ecosystem in order to better enable local entrepreneurs. In agreement with the government, once completed, it is expected to have produced the following results. Public e-services are deployed, in particular in rural areas and for trade purposes. The legal framework and modernization and for information technology, security and digital trade support is developed. There is a private sector in the financial technology which is developed, and the Tanzanian startups ecosystem is mobilized to better support entrepreneurs and drive digital innovation. I have mentioned a few moments ago higher education. And on that, I would like to call the attention of the participants to the fact that the European Union is funding the biggest higher education program in the world, which is called Erasmus. And that is providing for cooperation between universities of the European Union and universities of the rest of the world, including Africa, of course. And it is also provide full scholarships for master's degrees in European Union universities. This is clearly an instrument that could have also a positive impact to providing higher education. And I have to say that unfortunately so far Tanzania is not yet fully using all the possibilities offered by Erasmus, and I really encourage everybody to look into that because it's a very interesting opportunity. In any event, and just to conclude my remarks, what I would like to say is that the part on innovation and digital is one sector of the European Union cooperation in Tanzania, which is present in many different areas, and as always with a special attention to the gender dimension. But I think that our cooperation in this specific sector of innovation and startups perfectly reflects the vision that the European Union has of Tanzania tomorrow, which is a young and modern country being an economic hub in East Africa. And for doing that, for implementing that, you can rely on the stable and long-term commitment of the European Union to support you. So I have been already even too long. I wish you a very good day of work, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Asante, Ambassador Manfredo. Thank you for your engaging words and putting together some of the initiatives that as the European Union is actually engaging in. I think it's that time now that we actually get to hear from some of our further in terms of our experts, and just to get us some disrupting kuchokoza mada kwa aina moja ama nyingine. So I would like to call onto the stage Joseph Maniwakiza, who is Funguo Program Manager, and he will be leading the discussion on disrupting the status quo, embracing innovation in policymaking. He will introduce his panelist. Just FYI, when you see me standing up, that means you have about 5 minutes or so before you close.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's still evening, right? Right. My panel discussion is themed as disrupting the status quo. So I'm trying to disrupt the status quo. I'm not going to start with all the protocol addresses, but that doesn't mean that I'm not respecting you. We're trying to be innovative so I can be able to save time. So, Honorable Kundo, thank you very much for being here. And Ambassador Fanti, we are very appreciative of your support. And everyone who is here, Ambassador Teresa, Christine, asanteni sana. Now, after having listened to Engineer Kundo, we try to be innovative because we're a computer scientist.
Support policymakers in creating enabling policies that ensure that nobody is left behind. We do focus more on digital financial services, so probably most of my examples.
In the bankings, from the well-known institutional corporate banking, like Citi, to young banks that are embracing fintech in terms of serving community in an inclusion way, microfinance, and I've helped or being part of the team that built over 6 operations in terms of telecoms in Africa, 3 of which were involved with mobile money, the very early on stage. And for the last 7 or so years, I've been heavily invested in supporting startups and the ecosystem back home. So I'm very happy to join such an distinguished panel to discuss on how the policies formation, the policies making could be innovated for the better use and safekeeping of everybody, considering the age that we are in and the fast development that we're having. As ICT Commissioning Director was mentioning, the adoption of some of these technologies like AI is at faster pace than any other prior evolution in terms of adoption. So it is vital that we look into how do we formulate the policies, how do we apply them in terms of implementation, and how do we review, and how fast, as other panelists have mentioned before, do we change to make sure that they're effective in our nation's development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that was quite a rich introduction of each and everyone. So I'll go straight to BOT. I mean, BOT is if BOT doesn't function well, we are all doomed, right? So that's why I think we have you here. I think we have a challenge of always complaining as a community or public. But there are also some of the good things that are coming from our public agencies. And we have seen quite a number of good examples from BOT. And talk about that. I think all of us now are fully dependent on mobile money. And we can all agree that if it wasn't for the flexibility of the central bank, probably we would be having a different story. And at the moment, I understand that you're also working on another regulatory kind of policy for the fintech, which is also quite strong. So I would like you to talk a little bit about that, how the central bank can be allowing for the development of the sector. So Karibu, Kennedy.
But it was an advantage to be the first in the panel. Well, from the central bank, seriously, we have been, can't say on the forefront, but we have been embracing innovation, as I've said before. We don't operate in isolation. We regulate the financial sector, and the financial sector is front-facing consumers. And consumers demand issues on in interacting with financial services. So as you sit at the center as a central bank, you have issues to balance. One, your citizens want convenience, they want fast payments, and they want to interact and the economy to move. You have the financial sector and other innovators in the space wanting to serve consumers, but at the same time, some, as you say, may not want to be properly regulated, but they want to make value propositions. So from the start, and I'll just give a little bit of historical background, from 2008 to 2009, when mobile financial services were coming up in East Africa, we had workings, our policy from, I used to work then at the National Payment System Department, and our philosophy was open door policy. We listened to technologists, innovators who used to come. We had one gentleman, and I don't know where he's now, but I think we may know him. He had a product, and that product was supposed to be called eFulusi. So he walked into the office. He didn't have any company behind him. He was an innovator, and he brought this idea to provide payments, transfer of money across the network. Unfortunately, since he wasn't a service provider, we asked him to at least look around and find a partner, because we have this other element of balancing financial stability. As a startup, if you walk into the central bank and you say, I have an application, I have a software, I want to launch it tomorrow, don't get frustrated if you tell you, come back as a company, as a stable entity that we can trust and ensure that you manage risk. So that was one of the first steps that we had. But fast forward that event, we opened up ourselves and applied something that is commonly known nowadays, which is test and learn. Now fast forward a couple of years, we now call it sandboxes and the like. So our first approach in terms of philosophy, we allowed the private sector innovators to bring innovations which can help, as I said before, I mentioned the consumers, the public good perspective. That was one. Secondly, we understand that change is a constant, and if we can quote one of the Greek philosophers, I think is Hellatus from Ephesus, who mentioned that the only constant in life is change. And in the financial sector, change will always be there. So in the test and learn approach, we understand we can't allow test and learn forever. So we allowed test and learn approach in 2009 when Vodacom came to market and other products. Fast forward the industry. In 2015, we had to come up with the Payment System Act. That act was now to regulate the disruptive industries then, which were mobile network operators. But again, history repeats itself. We now have other fintech operations which are also disrupting mobile network operators, and they're also going to disrupt some banking legacy systems that we currently have. So from our side, which I can summarize here by saying that The regulations are open, the regulator is open, even when we don't have regulations. Like currently we have a National Payment System Act, but that act has been in the market for almost 10 years close now, since 2015. And apparently things have changed. We have new players in the market who may not fully fit in kind of law, or may not fit exactly to some of the regulations that we have. So based on the topic today, what we have done in the central bank, and I think 2 weeks ago or last week, we had a stakeholder engagement on regulatory sandbox. It's an arrangement that we allow for either fintechs or startups to come to the central bank with tested products. So we're not an incubation office. So you have to come, you know it's going to work. The only challenge that you have is existing regulation is not possible for it to be launched in the market for a particular period of time. And meanwhile, while you're testing or in a pilot, in a confined, the important meeting suit.
Central bank that we actually have quite a lot of more public agencies, and we like this kind of platform to understand that things are being done, so that we don't always see being done. So thanks a lot for that. Right to Harry. Right now, I think you've heard from you've heard from Kennedy the way they do accommodate startups and innovations to actually go to get an environment where they can be able to test and learn how they can move. So you've been working with startups. What would you say are the kind of challenges that startups face, especially when it comes to legal and policy framework to be able to move forward? And what could you suggest should be done with institutions like BOT or others as well who are in the regulatory space? Karibu.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I would say when it comes to startups and the challenges that they're facing, number one is just the problem of identity. We are struggling as a nation to have a consensus with the word startup itself. Like, what is a startup? When Azam Pay was coming in, was it a startup with the funding that it had? Startup, is it necessitated with the amount of capital that you have? So I think number one is identifying the word startup. I was fortunate to participate in the review of a baseline study for startup policy. The problem that we had, startup was appearing different names. First, startup is one word. Start-up. Start up. So, number one, we have to understand what are we when we're working together to create these solutions. So, number two is identifying challenges depending with the level of growth of startups. The biggest challenges that most of us are talking in the market entry stage of startups. This is the biggest problem. Everyone is speaking about regulations at this stage. How to begin, how to go. So we are struggling getting licensing and approvals. This is the biggest issue for many startups. Licensing. I'm happy Kennedy has spoken about assisting startups to actually come into the phase and they sort of incubate after having a prototype stage. We're having difficulties with most of these startups because during innovation, one of the big things is capital and financing. When startups are facing problems of funding, of licensing, they're creating another problem, escape capital. most of the financiers for startups, especially VCs and whatnot, cannot sit around waiting for licenses to happen. Apart from regulatory license from, let's say, BOT and other regulators, you would have to have notification approvals for purposes of, let's say, mergers and mergers and acquisitions. It will take a year sometimes to have approvals on that side. The nature of startups are necessarily working on innovation appetite. And the common word everybody's been speaking here, I appreciate Dr. Mwasaga, Madam Musisi, Honorable Deputy Minister, is the term speed and agility. So now, when we have an issues at this level with regards to licensing and approval taking so long, we are actually missing out on the train of innovation. And ideas do not stop. Appetite goes away. So quickly saying, that's the biggest problem when we have licensing and other issues at that level. But there are problems which are also during the operation. There are tax issues. Kennedy has also spoken about a point whereby they had to ask people from the BOT to actually go and incorporate themselves. Now that's another problem, which is a good problem to have because you want to have formal entities dealing with that. The problem that I see on regulation now is innovators sometimes are individual people. They just want to innovate. They just want to create. Corporate governance is okay. However, at this juncture, there are some people just working off the beach somewhere with a computer and innovating. How are our policies identify, recognizing these people and fostering them? Regulators, even private sectors, do not trust sole practitioners and business names. But isn't it high time that we actually allow single shareholder companies? Fortunately, we have the rules under our Companies Act, but they're not enforceable, they're not yet there. But isn't it high time that we allow these people so that they're actually getting recognized and then they can be fostered? And lastly, I would say in another big problem in terms of regulation challenges is market exit. We don't speak of this a lot, but it's a big problem. If we are actually driving capital into the country, we need to be able to assist market exit as quick as possible. I can assure you, closing a company in Tanzania will take a minimum of 6 months, but most of the time, 2 to 3 years to close. So most investors, VCs and whatnot, this is one of the biggest questions they ask. How quick can I leave the market when I want? And it's one of the biggest problems. Yes, thank you.
Well, we're going back to challenges, right? So I will come back to challenge you to kind of come up with this kind of, what can we, later on, don't worry, like what kind of solutions can we go to propose to what you've just cited? Because these are the things that fortunately have also been documented in the TSA study around the baseline for, Startup Act, which actually you are calling for because we need an identity. We are good enough, we have a number of countries we can learn from. Yeah, so let me go to Jones, because, you've listened to Dr. Mwasaga and you were nodding throughout, and you actually complained that he's actually bankrupting your thinking because he's touched on everything that you want to talk about. You are a tech expert, but you've also been engaged in the startup ecosystem. You've also been on the side of enablers for the banks and everything. So I wanted you to touch on how can we leverage on emerging technologies to be able to help us navigate the kind of policy-making challenges you talk about. We've talked about agility, talk about speed, we talk about substance, we talk about data availability and everything. All of it are kind of ingredients to great and agile policy-making. So if you can touch on that would be appropriate. Thanks.
It was off, it's on now. Mzigo mzito kwa Mnyamwezi. You let Ellie mention problems and you want solution from me. If I could answer that, probably I wouldn't be with you here. I'll be busy pushing the documents to ICT Commission, COSTECH, and at the ministry and elsewhere, trying to cash in for that. But the conversations that we are having in the ecosystem, especially with the well-wishers, is exactly that. We're moving away from repeating or underlining the same problems that have been identified, and see how better can we make. So as we look at policy making, I see two potential solutions, right? And again, I'm sure the problems will come. And these solutions could apply to some of the solutions that we mentioned thereafter. One, we either build a framework for self-regulation. Most of the challenges that we are looking at, for example, in AI, these are global solutions. The computing power, let's be honest, the computing power that will take to build a sustainable AI tool, we don't have it. And as Dr. Saga mentioned before, we need the computing power, we need the data, and of course we need the algorithm. For sure, we can learn the algorithm. You sit down with people in the universities or even on the street, if they invest 1 year, 2 years of their knowledge, they will be able to come up with some sort of algorithm. Regarding data, since we do have somebody from BOT, Kennedy will attest, I think it was 2014, where banks and financial institutions, they were required to have in-country data center so that the primary data could be retained in-country, which is a very good move. When you talk about data sovereignty, it is important to safeguard and ring-fence it that is within us. If Kennedy might come in, or if you could also do your own assessment, look at, since 2014, what was the compliance? Were there banks that were willing to, or financial institutions that were willing to get fined vis-a-vis building the data center and housing the data in-country? Where there are very promising or even profit-making institutions that eventually had to exit the market because they could not, or they were not able to comply with such. Now, I'm mentioning banks because all of us knows banks. If I cite examples of startups, one of which Kennedy mentioned very well, with the Juma brothers, if Lucy and the rest, you would see the problems cut across not only for startups, but even established institutions that have over 100 years of operational guideline and manuals. So one to that solution, I think we need self-regulating framework that will allow, whenever there's a delay in policies update, whenever there's a policy that conflicts with what markets demand, at least we are able to hold the builders, the ones that are provisioning that service, to accountable, because the self-regulation framework is there for them to follow. Another, which is a crazy idea, we always fight with academians on this angle, is to have an evergreen policy. And I know it's stupid. How can you have evergreen policy? Because who is looking at these changes? Who is approving these changes? I don't have an answer to it yet, but if you talk to those that are supporting the idea, they would present evidences that are compelling to say it is possible. Today, you would see a lot of professionals and other researchers, they would quote Wikipedia. Wikipedia slowly is becoming a trusted source to some of the information. But if you look at how do those information ends up there, how do those information get edited, verified, and all that, is because it's an evergreen document. So maybe we could potentially pilot on certain sectors that are very fast moving an evergreen policy that of course might have some other few steps before they are approved. As we're speaking today, I was just on the internet looking if we actually received the final draft. As Helen was talking about the startup, the SME and medium enterprise development policy of 2003, I know there's a draft. some of you have seen it, maybe you're also involved in making. I don't know if it's been approved as of 2022 or not. You would answer into it. When they were doing the baseline study, they came back to us and say, oh, some of these concerns that you're putting across, they are part of the NTB, National Trade Policy of 2003 again, which was due renewal because we're in 2013, 10 years after. Is the draft there? How many of you have participated in editing or contributing or proofreading that document? And if it was done, has it been approved? Maybe not, maybe yes. I don't have the right answers at the moment. So if it takes 10 years, the technology that we're using in 2003 is not the same today. If it takes 10 years, and then even with 10 years, we ask for a year or two extra to review and approve these policies, maybe I could ask you consider the two proposed solutions. To make sure I underline them very well, one, self-policing. Number two, evergreen policies. Asante sana.
Yeah, the disruptant chief. Thank you, John. So you never disappoint. Maybe we can talk more about the evergreen policies, which I kind of like, because now that ensures, like, you know, wide collaboration making policies. I think that's actually what we need. You were just giving example of some of the policies. I know, for instance, for 11 years, we still have a draft IEP policy, for instance, which is like, this is something we need to look into. The STI policy is still in draft. Dr. Nungu, I'm not picking on you. But, you know, these are the kind of things that we really need to look into, the time it takes to make or amend policies. And as Dr. Masaga has put it, the more you delay, the more you really shoot yourself into a foot. So those are things that we need to talk about and to see how technology can actually help us to be able to advance on this. Now, let me come to Lulu. Jones is talking about how can we involve more people to be able to move faster. So I wanted to, I mean, you actually wear quite a number of hats. You are the deputy chairperson of the Startup Association, but you're also the CEO of LSF, which is part of the CSOs. So you can also talk on the side of CSOs. How do you think more people should be engaged in the policy-making process? How can CSOs actually help the government entities to come up with more inclusive policies? So we can talk about that. But we also touch on the startup if we want.
Thank you. I think the other panelists have had quite a lot to say about the startups. And since I'm wearing two hats today, let me focus on the CSO. Anna is laughing. And I wanted to say that I'm very happy to have Anna and also to have Semkai and
that one.
Aidan, you looked at me. That's why your name was. I'm like, who are you again? But interestingly, myself and I know the three of them are really big in the CSO sector, but also in policy making. And myself, Aidan, and Semkai, we've come a very long way in this journey. Every time I see Semkai, I remember our days 13 years ago, when we were going across the country doing dialogues and consultations for with CSOs and communities on the Mkukuta poverty reduction strategy. So we've come a long way from that. But in terms of the role that CSOs can play, I would like to say first and foremost, I think it is a very important role. And the reason why it is so important is because you would say the bridge, the central, we play the central role and we bridge the gap between the government, that is the public sector, the private sector, the communities that we work with, bring all of this together. In terms of the dialogues, I spoke about inclusion before, but we also play a big role in making sure that the government is not just reactionary and solving problems as they come, but also being proactive in terms of coming up with very innovative ways of policy making, but also ensuring that communities are engaged, are involved, and I spoke about dialogue and consultations before, and this is at all levels, from the highest level, but also the community level. We have seen a lot of strides in terms of that, and we've all seen what happens when policy making does not follow the right processes and it is not inclusive. We end up with policies that we want to change immediately, and we end up having to do a lot of backtracking because the policies don't work for us. But I think another thing that we bring as the CSO sector is the data research and evidence base, which is really important in terms of policy making sure that the policies are well informed, and making sure that we also bring expertise in terms of supporting where we can support, because this is our, the English like to say, bread and butter. This is what we do in terms of how we try and bring change within the communities. The other thing that I think as the CSO, the importance of us being here is also making sure that we monitor the implementation, we ensure that these policies that are developed are actually implemented, and we also give back evidence of that implementation. And I'll give an example. The LSF and also other stakeholders, we worked very hard to come up with the government, very closely with the government, to develop the Legal Aid Act of 2017. And I remember during the time it was really crucial because it is actually what meant that this huge cadre of about 4,000 or 5,000 paralegals are finally recognized and registered and also accredited. And when we did this 5 years ago, this was implemented. It was passed, it was enacted, and it became the law. Last year, 2022, after 5 years of implementation, we did a review of the actual implementation of the legal aid, which now informs in terms of where we're going right, where we need to improve, where we need to work harder. It also gives us an opportunity to continue and do more policy dialogue, more policy advocacy in one of a very key area, which is the legal aid fund. And I think we're doing very well in terms of getting to a level where it is now being seen as a huge discussion. Another very good example, and I think everyone has heard about this, is the Law of Marriage Act, which we all know the process that it has taken, but we all know the consultations that have happened. Actually, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow in Dodoma, we will have a conference, and it will be after all the consultations have been done. We're getting to a stage where now we will see the changes in implementation of this law. But what was really crucial was the actual engagement and involvement of all the key, and was also the dialogue and the consultations that happened along the way. And I think that is very important because now we see progress. We see things moving fast, and we see things happening the way that we would like to see them happen. And I think everybody who has been involved in these processes in one way or another, I just gave two very quick examples, but there are a lot more. And I think my colleagues seated over there have a lot more examples of policy policy making processes, innovative ways of making policies, but also being very creative in terms of how we engage, how we support the systems to make sure that it happens. And I have to say that we have seen a lot of changes in terms of the inclusion and the involvement and also the dialogues and the consultations being meaningfully done so that we actually come up with policies that are inclusive and also policies that respond to the needs of not just us who are advocating, but also the community at large.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think that's now another round of examples on not only we look at technology, but also the more collaborative, inclusive ways of making policies, and at least we can see some result as she has just mentioned. Now, lastly, back to you, Annette. So we've heard about what everyone has said. We've heard from the previous speakers. And you, where you're seated at UNCDF working globally, I wanted you to briefly talk about some of the examples of where some of these innovative policymaking has actually borne fruits, even in other countries. Dr. Funguo mentioned Estonia, which I think he's fond of. We can probably learn a little or two from there, but you can also mention others. And after Annette, I will want to take a few minutes to hear from the audience if there are some of the few comments that the panelists are going to address once we're done. So for whoever has a question or comment, the team can get ready with the mics. So Annette, karibu.
Asante. Again, I guess the benefit or the downside of going last, everybody has said everything. So I think I'll focus on kind of like highlighting some of the examples that we have seen as far as policy or innovation in policy making is concerned. I think Kennedy had already preempted one of them, which is creating regulatory sandboxes. This is one of the examples that we have seen in a number of markets, and particularly I think with the UK being the pioneer, the Financial Conduct Authority that started the trend of setting up regulatory sandboxes. Essentially, as Kennedy elaborated, it gives the regulator or the supervisor of the financial sector an opportunity to engage with the innovator and learn along the way. And I think beyond that ability to be able to learn the technology as it evolves, but also it creates an equal playing field for the innovators, newcomers into the market against the established businesses. So we have seen this in the European countries, starting with the UK, and within the African continent, we see a number of countries that have adopted the same kind of a process. So we have South Africa, I think, have established a sandbox for financial sector regulation. But I think beyond the financial sector, we are also seeing regulatory sandboxes in other sectors. So for instance, I think in Singapore, we are seeing them experimenting with the regulatory sandbox framework for the energy sector. So how do you disrupt or create innovation in energy sector? Also, I think earlier we have heard about autonomous vehicles. Again, I think country like Sweden, there have been examples of regulatory sandboxes that are testing other type of solutions beyond the financial sector that we started with. But also, I think another observation from what we have seen in other markets is we have talked about the innovators using technology to disrupt the market, but we are also witnessing regulators or supervisors themselves adopting technology to be able to be a bit more agile and be able to kind of like follow trends and observe and collect data to inform decision making or adopt or change certain policies. So I'll give you an example in number of markets. Again, apologies, I said I do a lot of work in financial sector, so my examples will be based on that, but I think you can extrapolate it in other sectors. Seeing that technology is moving quite fast and it's bringing a lot of users into the ecosystem. Some of them probably are first-time users of these digital products. There's issues of literacy and trust and whatnot. what we are seeing, some markets are using technologies themselves to be able to understand how the market engage with these technologies and be able to extract that information to inform different decision making within the policy process. So as an example, we have seen within financial consumer protection, there's emerging use of AI-based technology to be able to collect, let's say, market sentiments and be able to extract that information to inform what could be some of the potential risks in the market, or what are some of the problems that the supervisors or government need to be looking at. And this we have seen in a number of markets. For instance, I think within Africa, lately, the countries like Rwanda have implemented a chatbot type of a solution that interact with the end users. So as an end user, you can be able to raise any grievances to the central bank if you experience any problems with the solution. And that information is being used now by the government to sort of like get a better sense of how the market is operating and what policies or regulations they need to have in place. And this, I think, is one of those tools beyond just democratizing access to resolution for consumers, but also it really open up and makes the policy-making process quite inclusive in a sense, because you as a consumer, you are able to actually interact with this technology and provide the input to policymakers as they think of different things to change. And one last one I think that we have observed in a number of markets is we are seeing different governments that are setting up like policy labs. So essentially this is an idea behind if you want to change a certain policy, instead of following the traditional process of like that will take several years, can we have a unit within a government that can prototype and kind of like implement a very human-centered type of policy? You can prototype, learn, and then refine it along the way before it becomes a policy. So some of the countries that I think we have seen this trend, it's particularly in the European countries. So there's the UK Policy Lab, and I think with the EU as well, there is a EU Policy Lab. In Africa, unfortunately, we are not there yet, but I think it's one of those things that we could adopt depending on how we are seeing they've evolved in other markets, because I think it has provided room for governments to be relatively agile in making policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love the idea of policy lab. Probably our planning commission could adopt that. Now, I wanted to give a few minutes to the audience, like 2 or 3 minutes, if there are any burning questions or comments that the panelists can take into account. Professor Msele, I've seen you. Can somebody take the mic?
Yeah. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, panelists. I have grasped some few facts from you, everyone, but I would like very much to hear in a very, very simple language the situational analysis of the way we in Tanzania make policies. But generally you are saying, what I gather from you is that we are not doing it to the tune of what we wanted to make it. So we need to change. Now, can I hear from you, where are we not doing exactly what we should have done? And what should we do in order to make that small change? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Msele. I think a panel should take notes. In your concluding remarks, you should address that. Lulu from CRDB.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon. I see there is another Lulu on the table, and thank you for everybody who is here and all the excellency in front. My name is Lulu Mero from CRDB Bank, and my question is along the same what he just said, the professor here. Since when I was young, I heard about innovation and technology, and now I have a son who's 3 years old. I don't want him when he's 10 or 20 years old is in the same forum discussing the same thing. So what is the way forward from all this brain in the room and everybody here from different organizations, what can we do so that we can see that expedited? And since we have the government in the house, we have the UN, we have European Union, and everybody here, what is the simplest way forward we can mention here? If it's three, if we have to brainstorm everybody in the room so that we can all come out and say we participated this year, Innovation and Tech Forum, and really there is result in next year, time like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see difficult questions coming up. So some of the difficult questions are actually leading up to the discussion between Aiden, Anna, and the Deputy Minister. But yes.
Yes, I just want to go to pick from where the Deputy Minister left off in terms of what our President is doing. Our President has taken a very concerted effort to unlock the country in terms of either, foreign direct investment or the foreign investment in its huge tableau, if I may. But now, if we look at news around our Tanzania's digital space, to search the Tanzania if I encouraging me to, I want to bring, let's say, I want a local for the money. Is digital Tanzania footprinting and really invest in Tanzania. So I either of the analysts to tell us what is in the cooking, what is in the pudding in terms of in the Tanzania's digital.
Thank you. I will allow only one. Of them I'm going.
Allowing for so that we can, with the so-called sandbox. At least I know that nowadays, let's say like CRDB, they've allowed the for innovators. How is that self-regulatory framework
based on what started with an example of an individual who wanted to register, but he was. The second one is based on the level of the company. Is depending on the level. And that one I was thinking about remarks. My name is Leon Smongi from Aaron Group, Tanzania. What Mr. Harry Miro said really caught my attention when he discussed about he brought up some issues regarding the status. My question is, there are some companies that are coming here as in Tanzania. They are startups, but they are not startups, but they are here. They are startups in terms of establishing themselves here. And these startups, they usually have funds and a number of technology. BOT, what are we going to do, or what are you going to do to reduce the bureaucracy or the time that is used to acquire the licenses? That is a BOT, TCRI, and other stakeholders. The time used, I think it's very, very long. Especially for, it doesn't make sense for a business, yeah.
Okay, the last person can take 1 minute, and then we can conclude to give.
Okay. And my question actually, well, maybe not a question, is actually when we talk about startups, we can just pretty much. Now, how do you protect those ideas in a market like this? I think talking about need to look at how ideas. Now, what happens in the market today is because to create the pathway to happen is that you hear they'll sit down from beginning to the end, they ask all the questions. And at the end of the day, you hear people say, oh yeah, already that's in our pipeline, we're working on that idea. Now, this has actually been, because we're discussing stuff around policy making, include this within the framework and how this kind of young minds, maybe some young university kids are out of school,
they don't have the money or power to play in the market. How system protect their ideas? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and with the quite insightful questions and maximum 1 minute each to try to address some of the issues that have been raised, but also to kind of make their conclusive remarks. I'm sure some are going to be raised.
Very well. Donald, I didn't get the name of the self. Okay, Albert, very good question and very valid observation as well. I happen telecoms life. 3 of the telecos in here, they have my names and a lot of those internal policies when it comes to be done, and I know you're to the access. Whatever data, if it's a third party that need access. So I'm more than happy to discuss it further when we have the team work. And showcase how exactly it can be done. When we talk about the CRDB, NMB, they've opened it. Giving your customer PII data kwenye sahani, hapana. There's a way you allow players to come in, have access to it without breaching the data privacy. As I said, the time is a constraint. I'm more I would love to touch on Professor's and a lot when we talk about policy formation. People would throw in big words like EBPM, evidence-based policy making. A lot. Everywhere you go, you talk to the minister. Owners. And then when you go around and look at these policies, really evidence focused, when they're even reviewing, forget about new ones, the ones that are being reviewed right now, you don't find those answers. EBPM framework are performing. The appraisal part is very important and should not be self-appraisals. Stop by everywhere where he's supposed to be and punch in those points. I think having a different passport helps. Some of us cannot. But you have a very good question on how do you onboard, and then you go into a corporate, you go into the government, they tell you they're already working on that product, so your idea is no longer required. We've worked on open innovation framework, like a funnel, that allows some of the trusted ecosystem players to get enough to understand what goes on within the corporates, not everything, and then listen to what the startups are doing. That way, you have to present, you have to pitch your product. If it's something that is within their roadmap, we can identify, say, you know what, they're working something similar to this. The risk is if you pitch, they'll tell you this, but if you're willing, please go ahead, pitch, and collaborate. And we've piloted this about 8 years ago with Airtel, and we're seeing some other few people like Edwin is still doing the same thing with Vodacom. My background in the banking have also allowed some of these ideas also to be worked on with the private banks, the two big that are here, one is here. So it is possible to work with the corporate with your very innovative ideas using open innovation funnel. Asante sana. Sorry.
More than a minute. Okay, that's fine. The rest can be conversated at the time.
I'll be brief. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly which questions to take, but I think there's one that was looking for like a concrete way forward, and probably we had already started with those ideas. As I think, Joseph, you preempted, we are not the ones to make those decisions. They are more like a proposal. For instance, the idea that Jones brought up about self-regulation framework, or evergreen policy or policy labs, I think they could be worth discussion going forward and for consideration. But in terms of just my closing remarks, I think a quick one that I wanted to emphasize earlier on is on issue, because I think in the morning we've had several conversations, or several times we've heard about data and lack of data in our country. And I think for me, to facilitate that innovation in the ecosystem, there is a need to moving towards open data or open sharing of data between public and private entities, because I think at the moment we have private entities that hold multitude of data that probably is not available on the other side, and at the same time maybe some of the startups are needing that access to data. So if we could have a framework that facilitates that open flow of data between different entities, I think it would be a good move towards enabling innovation in the ecosystem. But I think with that also we have to take into consideration issues around data governance, because again, if we allow data to flow easily, are we sure that all our consumers are aware of their rights? Can they protect their data? What about their privacy? Are we sure that the data end up in the right hands? And all of that stuff will need to be in place to facilitate that open flow of data. Thank you.
Asante. Kennedy?
Thank you, Joseph. For me, I think I'll probably cover some of the questions relating to what's the role of the bank, particularly in enhancing policy changes that are currently being advanced in the market from technological perspective. So first, to respond, including also the question relating to helping startups, an innovator just walks in with his ideas, and how can the regulator support? I think first and foremost, we all appreciate the fact that we want, we have to have confidence in a financial system or a financial sector. So from our side, our core mandate is financial stability. We're not supposed to compromise on that. So the law requires under the Bank of Tanzania Act, the central bank, like in any other country, is established to ensure price and financial stability. So that's the fundamental rule. But we also are aware that we are not operating in isolation, and therefore we have public policy initiatives or good, like inclusion, innovation support, and the like. And a lot have been discussed, including ourselves also adapting to innovation. We have regulatory technologies and the like. So what I would say here is that we have been applying test and learn approaches, sandboxes, to meet between the way, balancing between our core mandate of stability, but at the same time on public policy objectives that we have to implement. And in so doing, we still have to have our hands tied. So if an individual walks in, you know that that individual, much as he has best intention whatsoever in terms of innovation, but you cannot hold an individual accountable. You cannot entrust an individual with all the data of the financial sector. So we should agree on basics, and part of the basic is the fact that there's an ecosystem that's currently operating in the country. We have COSTECH, which has incubators, and there's good the incubating services that were offered, and some of the products that came out of the market. We have a lot of examples. Some of the companies are no longer there, but we know that they had come from COSTECH. So we work well, close together with other regulatory agencies through cross-agency collaboration, and ensuring that when we get innovators into our office who are not companies, we advise them to go to the right institutions which are seated on the table. And the last point I just want to add in terms of, so what's new? Or what changes do we expect? As we've spoken and what we have provided here, the bank is committed to ensure that it adjusts its policies to be more flexible and adaptive to the environment. Again, I'll just repeat myself, subject to financial stability, but financial stability shouldn't be a bureaucracy to hold it accountable in terms of our response rate. And finally, there are three things that we need to just take into account in an advancement of digital economy and financial sector in the country, one of which Annette has just touched, but the first one is identification. The identification process needs to be robust, because without identification, eKYC and innovations around that, it will be very difficult to have onboarding of clients into a digital economy. So that one, I think a conversation should also go with NIDA and the like to allow how best you ensure effective identification of individuals. And startups can't work if you can't get identification right. The second one is payment rails, and we're working on payment rails to ensure that the country's payment core infrastructure works effective. Without that, you can't have access to other advanced financial services. And lastly is what Annette has just touched on data.
Has to be followed, whether it's fast or how slow depends on ourselves. Everyone has a role to play in this. It requires a lot of partnership, inclusion, collaboration, and I think we can all play a part. The private sector, the public sector, the community, everyone has a role to play in this. Also, we spoke about innovation in policy making. It's about being creative. How are we being creative? How are we using the processes that we have creatively to make sure that they work for us and that we're able to achieve? Because the processes are not meant to hinder, but they're meant to support us in order to help us to get to the outcomes that we need. So I think, how are we creative and innovative in terms of our approaches? I like the idea of Policy Lab, maybe something we could look at and maybe use to see how that can help us as a starting point with very easy to do policies. So then maybe it can allow us to have a much faster turnaround. So I think it has to be inclusive.
Perfect. And lastly, Harry.
Thank you. Number one, with regards to Professor's question on the situational analysis of policy, further to what my fellow panelists have spoken, I would say we could do with a little bit more of these policy-making processes to being well coordinated. Most of the time they're individualistic in terms of ministries, in terms of regulators. We could do with a little bit more coordination. Some of the policy, they end up to being, what's the word? They tend to be good in one side, but you find that most of these innovative startups, they suffer from being subjected to various different ministries and regulators. So these regulators need to have a coordinated approach. Second, they could be a little bit more informed. We need the people to come and speak for themselves. I have come to startups and innovation boards and think tanks whereby I'm not that young, but I am the youngest. We need younger people there. We need to hear from them because we are speaking about startups. They are the disruptors. So we are thinking for them. We shouldn't be. So these think tanks and policy-making strategies, they need to make sure that they are well represented when they're young. I just wanted now to say, how do we strike a balance in terms of creating innovating policy making? I think as a country, first of all, we need to have something called legislative impact assessment. We have been very guilty of creating regulations and laws that have gone now to disrupt the disruption. A year, 2 years back, regulations with regards to taxing and whatnot completely obliterated innovation. We have created regulations and laws that have actually been conflicting between two regulators themselves. You see, so it is time. We need an Office of Legislative Impact Assessment, whether within the government, within the parliament, or etc. But it needs to be there to measure the impact of what we say we are regulating. Annette spoke about something that we create a law that comes on to eat us. It's called a Cobra effect. Sometimes the solution that you're making is the problem that you're creating. You see? So I think that is very key. And lastly, Just 1 minute. Lastly, on regulatory sandboxes, I applaud BOT to start this. My call, however, is for the government and everybody to try and remove regulatory arm's lengthness that we have. Regulators do not really operate closely. How can we create sandboxes that are not necessarily a single regulator? A person will need to come from TCRA. First of all, they need to come from fighting BRELA. Then they go to fight TRA. Then they go to TCRA. Then they go to BOT for PSP. Imagine the time that takes. Even if your idea is so beautiful and it's so dear to you, at some point you get tired. We need to create a coordinated regulatory sandboxes whereby you find all the regulators there, and if you are not to survive, you know it within a month. You move to another idea, or your money is taken somewhere else. But now you are holding money for 2 years fighting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it for everyone. We have 2 big ideas: Policy Labs, Office of the Legislative Impact Assessment, and then we avoid this fighting, because regulators are there to support everyone, not to block everyone. So we shouldn't be thinking about we have to go fight TRA, fight BRELA, fight COSTECH, fight ICT Commission. We should be going there to be. Asante sana, this was a great platform. We needed like 3 hours, but asante, thank you.
Before you drop off, I think there's a quick picture as you're standing. Jalilu, where you're at? Okay. And then it is #Innotech Forum and @Innotech Forum for any of the conversations that are going on and you want to chip in. So we'll be swiftly moving on to the roundtable discussion, the role of government in championing innovative policy making. I will be calling to the stage our moderators, who will then introduce their panelists. So Ms. Anna Bwana, Country Director at BBC Media Action, and Mr. Aidan Eyakuze, Executive Director at Twaweza East Africa and Board Member, Open Government Partnership. Karibuni to the stage. I think they're taking out the 3.
Good afternoon, everybody. While I wait for my co-moderator to come up onto the stage and join me, just a few quick words to get us started on this session. We're going to take to heart the idea of disruption. We're going to keep it informal. We're going to have a conversation that will include our guest, but also that will include you. So please don't be surprised if we put you on the spot, if we ask for an opinion or a comment or a question. It is part of the spirit of disruption. Aidan is going to take us through the first part of that disruption.
Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon. Okay, you've all been sitting for 4 hours. I've been counting. Can I ask you to do me a huge favor, and yourselves? Your brains will appreciate it. Stand up, please. And I need you to take a deep breath. You've been breathing only up until your chest. Take it and fill your stomach. And a deep breath together. And another one. Now you've oxygenated your brains. You can sit down again. And as you're sitting, please take out your mobile devices. I'm surprised. We've been talking innovation, digital tech, and none of us have mentioned our mobile devices. Please take them out. Go to that website. It says www.menti.com. Please find that website. You got 30 seconds. If you find it, when you find it, it says use the code 36042206. It'll ask you, please insert the code. How many have found it? Menti.com. How many have found it?
At least 3.
Madam Musisi has found it. You're definitely not born before computers. Come on, some of you young people, have you found it? I want to see hands up when you found it. Have you signed up? Oh, look, some of you are already answering the question. Oh, right. So he'll ask you a question, put in the words that come to mind when you see the word, hear the word innovation. You've been hearing it ad infinitum today. So put in the words, and then we shall see what is in the room in terms of how you feel about, or what comes to mind when you see the word innovation. You got 3 words. So the first one should just be automatic, the other 2 you can think about. Okay? Disruption, creative. The bigger the word is, the more of you are putting in that word. Stop cheating and look at your neighbors. I'll switch off the screen. Yeah? Unregulated. Disruption is still the big one. Technology and creativity, they've become bigger. Technology and creativity are becoming more, common.
But disruption is still leading.
Disruption is still top, isn't it? Okay. Another 2 or 3 seconds, and then I'm going to change the question. Have you taken a photo of that? Those of you who are taking pictures. Asha, this is data, huh? Okay. For policy making. It doesn't have to be numbers and graphs and charts. All right. So I'm going to go on to the next question. I hope this will work. And here is the next question. It's just the second one. What 3 words come to mind when you hear government policy? Disruption? Perhaps, maybe. Mr. Minister, this is also data and statistics for you for policy making. Regulation, oh gosh. Slow. Second word, slow, outdated. Oh Lord, look at that.
Bureaucracy. Over-regulation.
The previous panel, is this looking familiar? Mr. Lawyer from Breakthrough Attorneys. Huh? Isn't this what you were saying? This is challenging, huh?
But there's some good ones as well.
Which ones?
Rigor, insight,
participation,
enabling, protection,
control. But slow and regulation and control are the same size.
Regulations and bureaucracy, control, slow, those are the big ones.
Wow, okay.
Rules,
now,
taxes.
Honorable Minister, first question for you. Your quick reactions. What do you see ahead of you? How do you respond and react to this and the previous one? What are your thoughts? What comes into mind?
When I look at the government policy,
when you see the results of what people are putting up there, what comes to mind?
Definitely, first of all, I'll come up with the legislation. Then I will just jump to rules. Bureaucracy.
Yeah. Do you agree? These are people's opinions. Do you agree with them?
Is it the question you're asking?
That's the question I'm asking you. Do you agree with the popular opinion in this room about government regulation?
Some of them I can agree with them, like framework I didn't mention, but I can still agree with that. Actually, it depends on which perspective are you looking at, and which kind of policy are you trying to make. That plays a great role to decide which one
which one you agree with and which one you disagree with.
Exactly.
Okay.
For now, if you look at the general concept, you cannot leave out legislation, order, rules, bureaucracy. You cannot leave that.
You cannot leave those out?
Yes.
Please come to the front. We shall continue. Bring your microphone, sir. So we just thought we would get you involved innovatively in thinking about innovating policy making. And before, Anna, you engage with the minister briefly here, I just want to make a quick observation. This morning, when I've been listening, we seem to have been talking quite a bit about policies to facilitate or regulate innovation. So Startup Act, Sandbox, crowdfunding regulations, and many, many, many others. This conversation, I hope, will be about innovating the policy-making process itself, right? So let's talk about innovating the policy-making process itself, regardless of what it's making policy about, yeah? So how do you make innovative policy-making so that it is actually effective in all of those good things we'd like to have? Anna.
Thank you, Aiden, and thank you very much to Honorable Engineer Kundo. And now that Aiden has finished putting you on the spot with these first questions, could you please share with us what excites you about policy making the most and what worries you?
Thank you, moderator. Actually, I should say that I was a bit confused at the early beginning when this discussion started. And I was like, maybe I was just alone, left behind of this discussion. But when Professor Msele came up with the question, then I say, wow, I'm not just alone who was left behind. But also I was a bit, you know, as the government, I was very critical on how we can improve the policy-making process to be a bit fast. When I look the way we tried to discuss, I saw the whole thing. You think about the approach, we have the process, we have the output, and we have to look at the impact of that output. The way I was thinking about innovation, I think innovation to take on board is an approach. And then to take the process making as a process that drive us to reach to an output, which is the policy itself. And from there, you find that what is the impact of the policy which has been made. That's why I saw most of us, we tried to discuss a lot of what is the problem of the policy we have. We discussed it today a lot about this one. But I was, some of the panelists also, they tried to touch on how to make this policy by innovating the elements of that innovation. I mean, that policy making, for example, we have to discuss about the designs, we have to discuss about the methods. That means how. How, which methods, which designs. What we're trying to say is like the situational analysis for the method we use to come up with policy making. There is somewhere that it should be looked at, because when we say that we are innovating in the policy making, and yet we don't understand where the problem is, then we will just make a cycle. You just come out of this door and you just find your entry and the exit door, and you still come on the same side. But now I am so much interested to think of how this innovation can speed up the process to make this policy. And I was just looking at the way the conversation, the discussion was all about the impact. But I thought maybe we should first start with the problems with the policies we have, and then we have to come to think how to solve these problems. how to solve, then we bring on board the innovation. How this innovation can help us to come to the policy that we need. That's one. But policy making, the process, maybe we say we have to engage the public, we have to engage some players, we have to engage the government, but the engagement should be there. But what can be done without leaving the public and the government to be engaged? Still, we can go with the pace needed because the technology now is changing very fast. But yet, we cannot come with the policy-making methods which can be general. Because when we talk about making the policy which is going to solve the problem for ICT, definitely cannot be the same when you are talking about agriculture. It should be sectoral. We can have the general concept, but still we must have a different approach that when we are making, for example, telecommunications, we are making for agriculture, we are making, there's some ingredients that are definitely going to be different. Because that is actually, I was here and all my years was here to make sure that maybe I can hear something like that. So for me, I think, of course, they have done a good job, and I really appreciate it because they have raised some issues that actually I was concerned. For example, for the issue of data center, the issue of POCA, the Digital Tanzania, but what I can say, these are the issues we can discuss, but not exactly talk about innovation in policy making. And I can just maybe pose a challenge for you that maybe next time we should come up with this kind of discussion again. We can try to explain how our country have made a great achievement to attract more investors in our country. For example, to have this the Personal Data Protection Act. This is definitely going to change the investors' perspectives. And they are going to be more attractive because when you have the protection of data all over the world, every investor is very safe to come to invest in the country. So there's a lot of efforts have been done by the government, especially just after the Her Excellency come to power, and this was just like lagging behind for so long time. And I've heard of ICTI, right? ICTI, it is been there for almost 12 years now, if it's not 10 years. That is exactly now we need to know how we can bring on board innovation to make sure that this ICTI can come to end. And we can come to a policy which can solve some problems.
I think you've raised some very interesting points, Honorable Minister. And before we move on to talking about process and solutions, I recognize that you're also the Member of Parliament for Bariadi, which is a predominantly pastoralist agricultural community. And yet you're also the Deputy Minister for a ministry that has to embrace technology innovation. How do you bring those two together? How do you bring your constituency into a discussion around technology innovation? Or conversely, how do you use technology innovation to include your constituency into this sector?
Yes, thank you. It's a bit a trick question because that when I use the approach to talk to my people who elected me and the way I have to talk about how I can assist Her Excellency, it's a bit tricky. So maybe I should, as you mentioned, in Baliadi, most of people, they engage in agriculture. especially cotton. And that is, we can say, is a backbone of our region. But also it contributes more than 50% of the cotton cultivated in Tanzania. So you can see Bariadi and Lusimi region at large contributing a lot in the country's GDP. So you can say I'm coming from a very rich area that even our country knows that. But when you come to how to integrate the technology used, first of all, in ICT and in agriculture, I will just say it this way. When you talk about the technology, especially information and communication technology, is an enabler. This is enabler. When you discuss about agriculture, first of all, it's cross-cutting all sectors. And it cannot stand by itself to say that this is activity should be done this way. It is a enabler that can support whatever can be happening in the other sector. So it's very important to make sure that we have the policy and the law which can give the opportunity to people to show their skills. And that's why you have ICTC. And ICTC is just to identify the skills we have and to give them the opportunity to the society and to solve some problem. ICT is just there to address and solve problems. That's why I heard some panelists discussing about how they can just go to the Bank of Tanzania to show their apps that can solve 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is actually what we are trying to see. What should be done, and what should be done to make sure that we reach to the point that we cannot identify the competence by just a registered company or by an individual. Because what we need the solution, we don't need the registered company. We need the skills it takes to solve the problems. So that's what exactly we have to look to these issues and address it. And how to address it? We don't want to address in the same way that STI have been addressed for more than 10 years. That's why we have to bring on board innovation to address this kind of problems within a very short time, and then we can see our people. Because, as you know, the public sector cannot provide enough space for employment. The private sector is the one which can give that space for people to come up with some solution, which automatically they will just give employment to others. The multiplying effect is even higher than what you can expect. So what we need is to encourage the private sector by formulating the possible policy which can give the possibility for people to show their knowledge. So that's exactly what I can say on this matter.
On this one, maybe just to take it a bit further, you spoke when you were giving your speech, I was listening. You said policies are there to solve problems.
Yes.
And the problems really reside not just with the private sector, yes, they're very important, but with ordinary Tanzania, ordinary citizens. And sometimes the procedures for policy making are themselves the problem. This is what you were saying. I think you were channeling Ronald Reagan, who said, government is not the solution, government is the problem, he said in 1981. So, a question to you. How do you involve citizens, or even civil society? Set aside the Jones Mrushas and the lawyers over there, but ordinary citizens in creating policy. How can you involve them? Do you think it is important to involve citizens in making and creating policies that solve their problems?
Inclusiveness, it's the key to understanding the problem of the people you're trying to help. If you cannot engage, you might not understand the scope of the problems. So you need to engage, you need to be part of them, to study and to come up with the solution that they can understand. This is the solution for us and it's not the solution for the government. So it's definitely, if you cannot, they can be left out of the equation. You know, just like in telecom, I have 3 variables. Most of the time I always discuss about 3 variables. One is the consumer. The second one is the service provider. And the third one is the government itself. So you can look at these 3 variables. They're interdependent. If you mess up with one variable, the cycle is disrupted somewhere. So you can see, if you cannot provide very conducive environment for the investors, they cannot provide a proper service to consumer. And the consumer, they cannot enjoy the service. It means that they cannot be attracted anymore. As for the government, once the consumer cannot use the service, it means that they cannot get the one in terms of revenues. So you can see, this keeps this way. So you have to keep the service provider happy, you have to keep the consumer happy. Just by compromising somewhere in the middle. You cannot make it completely happy, but you can compromise somewhere. That's exactly what I can say. In this policy making, is going to solve the problem for the society. And you just stand there and make this policy is on their behalf. Definitely it's going to not work. It cannot work.
Okay, let's get some experiences of engagement or collaboration or co-creation of policy making. I think our friend from civil society over there
I'm going to put
has some experiences
on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start with
we said we'd have a conversation, so you can hear their experiences. Yes, sir.
So the question, Semkai, is, would you agree with the view that has been shared? And what's your experience in terms of how civil society is included into policy making by the government?
Great question. It gives me an opportunity, of course, to shred government into pieces, but I'm feeling very, very diplomatic today. So to hear the criticism, perhaps you're going to have to read between the lines, as it were. So yeah, I think when it comes to engaging with government, I would say government is as responsive as you are proactive, right? If you're expecting for government to come knock at your door and tell you, we have a table somewhere, come and sit and make decisions with us or come give us feedback, it's not going to happen. You're the one who's constantly going to have to knock at their door and demand a seat at the table. So that's my approach to it. And what does that mean? I mean, in my experience, it sometimes means identifying champions within government. I think we always make the mistake of assuming that government is one big, huge, homogeneous entity. Well, it's not. It's got individuals with diverse views who think alike with civil society than with the autocrats within government. So you exploit that. I mean, then that means building on that, building relationship, not just with the champions, but with other like-minded people within government, and then starting a conversation. That is important. And then beyond that, obviously, we've talked a lot this morning about evidence-based, collecting the data so you can use in your advocacy. That's all well and good, but I can tell you can have a body of evidence and fail to frame your ask. What is your ask? And a lot, I think that's where the challenge is. So my examples, if I were in the lift with the deputy minister and we've got only like a minute to get down, what would be my question? And so it was quite interesting when we had the mentee at the beginning of this session. It would be interesting if we were to ask individuals in this room or elsewhere what they make of, what would their ask be for innovation and technology, I'm sure my take is that there'll be a diverse set of asks, not one, because everybody comes with this with a different understanding. So all I'm just trying to paint here is a picture of how difficult it is to come with an ask, even when you're working together. And I think, lastly, maybe the issue around collaboration. I mean, it was mentioned a lot. I mean, I see it as an ecosystem. We've talked here about startups in the morning, and I think sometimes the discussion around technology innovation always moves around the circles of startups and how they engage with government and how they engage with the private sector, for example. But we forget that it actually involves everyone. The two that I can think of, for example, is we talked about AI and its challenges and the threats that come from it. But I think one example is when people fear that AI will take their jobs, how do we get trade unions into that conversation? How do we get trade unions to not worry about it and leverage AI? And that's something that startups should be able to invite those kinds of sectors. Academia involved, they are quite worried that students are getting dumber, but isn't necessarily true because of artificial intelligence and so forth and so forth. Thank you.
So Guy is saying two things I hear, and he's not talking to government, he's talking to the rest of us. Have you knocked on the door, or are you waiting to be invited in policy making? Have you knocked on the door? And secondly, when you knock on the door and you're at the table, what is your proposal? Huh? Because we complain a lot. You heard Minister. We complained a lot. You saw the second question. Regulation. So who's knocked on the doors? Let me see your hands up. Those of you who've knocked on the door. What do you think? There's a lady over there who knocked on the door. Give us in 1 minute your experience, and then we'll come to this. I think this gentleman here, and then we'll come back to you. What do you think of what they're saying? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Daniela Kwayu. I wear two hats, but for the sake of this question, I founded a startup called Fema Agri, where we introduced crowdfunding for agriculture. And I think this was the beginning of the rollout of the crowdfunding. We presented it to CMSA. So the whole process, CMSA to CRA, FIU, all the bodies, and got CMSA to champion it. Granted, it took 3-4 years to now we have a policy that was presented for comments. Now, for the sake of the startup, we can't wait for 4 years. It's a game changer and it kills the business, but it was quite responsive, and yes, now we potentially may have a crowdfunding policy. So it does work, but yes, the time it cuts a company down in half.
It takes too long and you still haven't crossed the finish line. There's still no policy yet. Wow. We're going to speed that up, huh?
There was another hand here.
Yes, right there.
I'm Dr. Ranga from TNBC. I just wanted to share experience that the government, which is in place now, is working very hard to make sure that we have the business-driven policies, rather than otherwise, that the policy-driven businesses. What we are doing now is to make sure that we have business-driven policies. And how are we doing that? Through the TNBC platform, we have various dialogic processes. At the district level, we have the business council, district business council, where the DC is chairing the private sector and all government officials to discuss all the issues and address business issues. At the regional level, we have the regional commissioner, and he's doing the same with the regional secretariat. At the ministerial level, we have the ministers, honorable ministers, who are chairing meetings. We call them ministerial public-private dialogues, where the ministers are chairing, and the private sector on one side, and the public sector on another side, and they resolve most of the business issues. At the national level, we have the president herself, who is chairing the Tanzania National Business Council, to ensure that all the business are giving inputs into the policies, the laws, and the regulations. So I could say that so
it's more business-minded this time around.
Most of the policies and the regulations, the laws, are business-informed. They are highly informed, but of course, the processes, the to what extent the data from the private sector and so to say the startups are also, informing those policies?
Good question.
To what extent?
Yeah.
That is the challenge. I think
Let me come back to the minister here.
Okay, thank you.
Are you satisfied with the speed with which policies are made? In your own experience in ICT, in other, you're also a lawmaker. Laws are policies. Are you satisfied with the speed with which they're made? What can be done to make them faster?
First of all, maybe I have to say it this way. The gentleman there mentioned about how the government should be proactive.
No, he mentioned about civil society being proactive.
Actually, he mentioned both parts.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would just straightforward it to the government. The government to be proactive. First of all, we have to understand what issues are we trying to address. That is one. These issues can originate from the public sector or can originate from the private sector. So, just to, for example, mentioning our ICT policy, we formulated in 2003. And we came up with some review in 2016. With technology evolving, you cannot run away from reviewing your policy. That's just there. We never knew we were going to have artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, Internet of Things, big data analysis. We were not that much aware. Even if we heard, but we are not that much aware. So, you cannot formulate the policy which you don't have enough skills to give you the information on how this can work. So, we formulated it, but then depends on the environment and the requirement and the needs for that time. So when it comes to 2016, then we say, now there's a need to do this as the government first. That's how we say we are proactive, because we see the need to change some few things. Then when we come to practical or to practice whatever is being there, that comes to the private sector and the public as well. So they will say, okay, according to this policy, when I make 1, 2, 3, 4, I come to realize that there's a bottleneck somewhere, or there's a stumbling block there. It's when this gentleman said, are they knocking the doors? To remind, because sometimes we might not know what is outside, but we know what is inside. That's where it comes that we have to engage the society. When you come to engage, because when I engage Mr. Juma or John, I'm not just focusing on Juma, I'm focused to the entire society. Does this problem affect all the society? Then we just take the initiatives to start doing all the procedures and to come up with the how we can improve the policy. So when you say if we are satisfied with the speed, if I was satisfied and if you were satisfied, then there is no need to discuss innovation in policy making. That's why we're here today. I'm not going to lie that I'm satisfied with the policy-making speed, while we still have that STI is still there for 10 years and not yet completed. I'm just here to tell you that we are here as the government to listen to the concerns about how this policy-making can be a bit going with the pace of changing of the environment and the technology. That's why we're here.
So I'm a little bit curious because we're talking about speed, but from the perspective of government, how do you balance the need to be agile, flexible, and move things quickly, but also ensure stability and predictability? How do you manage that tension, especially in a sector that is changing so quickly and the needs are changing so quickly?
Yeah, when you just discuss about how to balance it, that means you discuss about how to compromise. We have to accept to compromise. There are some issues that the government will be able to compromise, and there's some issues, though I know it's very difficult for the society to accept that somewhere in the between we have to meet and say, hey, I give this and we provide this, then we move forward. Because without that, we cannot build a society which can be one direction. You just hear, that's why I give this example of telecom industry, MNOs and so forth. Because the people would be happy to hear that, even we are talking about the bundles and so forth. They would be so happy to hear that the bundle is almost priceless. No price, you don't need to pay. But have you thought of how these service providers, they can be sustainable in this business? Because it's automatically might kill it at all. So it's somewhere we should accept it to compromise somewhere to make sure that you continue to receive the service and they continue to provide the service and the government continue to balance or to regulate the service. So that's exactly what I can say. We should accept it to compromise somewhere.
Maybe I should ask the audience here. The same issue of predictability and stability, and then there's, since all of you are in digital tech innovation, the good Silicon Valley mantra, move fast and break things. How many of us like to move fast and break things? So many of you. You know, move fast and break. Why? Let me pick this lady spoke about her policy still waiting. It's not moving fast. And nothing's broken yet. And somebody else put their hand up, move fast and break things. You want fast policy making. What are you into and why?
Actually, my name is Mohamed Mashaka, the Director of ICT, Ministry of ICT. Yes. Actually, as the Minister said, the issue of, and to build on the previous presenter over there, sometimes it's not necessary to knock the door. Sometimes private sectors can just settle themselves in because the government operates in an openness environment. And one of the areas which is very critical in policy making in the government is the issue of the situation analysis, which the professor actually previously mentioned it. In the aspect of the situational analysis evaluations, the stakeholders' engagement aspect is crucial. Now, the issue here, I thought, could be the level of engagement. You know, how much and how fast should we engage the private sector into the issue of engagement in policy making. But you can see, as the minister said, that's why we are here. One of the things which you would have agreed is in making these innovative policies, first of all, the policy needs to be adaptive. You know, you need to have policy, the issue of policy resilience. How the policy you are developing, how creative is it? How is it adapted to the community? The issue of public engagement, which I mentioned earlier, the level of engagement, the citizen engagement, the private sectors, because the aspect of ICT itself is broad and is changing. So for us to be faster, you know, the private sector also, on the other hand, they also need to step in to us. And one more thing is deliberate dialogue. this is one of the deliberate dialogue that the minister has been saying. We are here as the government, we listen, we take notes, and we improve things. So we are there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hearing a kind of clandestine invitation to you private sector people and us civil society people. Knock on the door and it shall be opened. Is that right, Mr. Minister?
Actually, we have open door policy. Our door is always open for you to just come and say, hey, we're struggling with this. What can we do?
And then they'll have to compromise because you want predictability and stability.
That actually depends on what actually is your proposal. So we can say exactly if we have to compromise or it's just a straightforward.
How do you use information and communications? My last question. ICT, we're talking about digital, 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 digital. Are we actually using it to improve the speed with which policy is making? For example, many of us here use Google Docs, right? Yes? Does the government use Google Docs? Or are we printing policies to go around and then you know, how are we actually using the technology to speed up the process of policy making, consultation, gathering comments, responding to comments? Are you yourself in ICT using those digital tools to speed up the process of policy making?
Wow. This looks like we throw the ball, they just give back to us. We expected to listen more and how we can learn from you on how we can move about, because you are saying that our policy making speed is not that good. And you are coming up with a solution that to take innovation on board to make sure that we can speed it. And yet, that question you are throwing back to me.
It's actually a solution in the form of a question.
The government, just like, you know, when I was young, my father used to tell me, you have to listen to your children, or make sure all of them, they have spoken. And then you will be in the best position to make a decision. At the government is the parent to public and the private sector. So we would like to hear more from you, and we can see how best it can be to make sure that the problem is being resolved. We are not happy, you are not happy, then we have to sit on table and find the solution together, because always the public engagement makes easier and smooth ride to the end goal. That's what I can hear you say.
I'm very interested with that comment about what makes you happy versus what makes the government happy and what makes the various stakeholders happy. I work with the media sector, and I spend a lot of my time in remote parts of Tanzania where the technology struggles media has is around being able to access electricity so that they can be on air. And then we come back to Dar es Salaam in a space like this, and we're talking about chat, GPT, and AI. The needs and the realities, you know, are very different. So how do you have a policy that makes all these stakeholders happy? And for you, how would you define what is a successful policy? Once you see those 3 or 4 things achieved, then you can say this has been a successful policy.
First of all, you discuss about the privilege between the cities like Dar es Salaam, and maybe you can compare with one of the village in my region there. That's why we have this the act which established this UXAF. And actually we try to make sure that we bridge the gap between the underserved and the served ones. So the government is trying to put more efforts to invest on the underserved areas to make sure that they can have equal access to the services. That is one. Secondly, sorry, you said the second one?
How would you define a successful policy?
Oh, yes. Successful policy is the one which is going to address the society problems. That's the definitely, you can say, this policy have fulfilled the needs for the society in order for them to do whatever they have to do. But remember, this policy also can be challenged by time, and can be challenged by the environment, and different areas they can find it maybe it's okay, and some areas cannot be okay. That are the few things you cannot make any policy to be 100% perfect. So, but if it goes beyond 70%, that people or the society is satisfied, and most of the challenge that are being addressed through this policy, we call it a successful policy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your insights, and especially for your invitation, which you insisted several times. We are here to listen. Did you hear that? So start talking. Don't complain in the sidelines, in the bars, in the corridors. As Sonkai suggested, be propositional. Write down the issue that you want addressed and go there with the proposals. Your ask, frame it, and then enter into negotiation. Honorable Minister here is willing to compromise with you, okay? But please, do listen. Don't chase us away. Thank you very much for your time. I hand it back over to, where's Lillian? Hi, Lillian.
She's already standing up.
Back to you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for the moderation. Greatly appreciate. You know, maybe just to, all right. I think in closing off, would like to briefly hand it over. Ulitukaribisha, ukatuelezea. Najua sasa hivi umetoka kwenye kitimoto kidogo, lakini kwa kufunga, kama tungeweza kupata tu mawazo yako. Umetusikiliza na sisi tumekuweka kitimoto, lakini naamini kwamba kuna mambo ambayo utakopo nikopo unaona kwa busy unaandika, kuna vitu ambavyo labda unaweza kaainisha tu kwamba these are some of the things that after listening to us that could be taken forward. So asante sana. I would like to hand it over to you as we're wrapping up. So you'll be doing the closing and vote of thanks. By default. Karibu.
Habari za mchana. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mama Samia oye. Hiyo ni salamu ambayo sisi wanasiasa tunapenda kuitumia sana pale ambapo tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba wote mko vizuri. Na hey, ngoja niwaambie jambo moja. Kuna kitu ambacho kinajengeka katika jamii yetu. We are developing this kind of behavior that we complain a lot and we complain again and again and again. Someone might take some time to sit in the bar and discuss a lot of the government weaknesses, but cannot take a time, even just 5 minutes, to call someone in the government and present your ideas, proposal, complaints, because the government is there just to see what they can do for you to facilitate you to do your business or to do whatever you want to do. It's unfortunately, even some of us, the one who are expected to provide the solution will also complain. I've learned in these 2 years in the leadership under Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, she talks a lot, she talks less and do more. She has unlocked opportunities. Of course, we cannot be the same to see opportunity. We cannot have the same eye to see the opportunities. We differ. But trust me, not only the society around should enjoy Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan tenure, but also the international community, international organizations also can feel privileged to work, do business in Tanzania now. So, this is not the time to complain. It's time to provide international organizations, because whatever we are doing is not for ourselves as a government. Whatever we are doing is for the entire space for business to take place. We want you to enjoy your investment. How can you enjoy? We have to set up some platform that can favor you to do the business. We have to put in place some laws which can protect your business. We have to make some regulation that is going to recognize your business and protect that business. We have to put some policy which can favor the development of digital transformation in the country. We have to make sure that everyone have an equal opportunity to do business and to express your skills and to make sure that you're identified as a person that can help this country to move forward. Kila mtu ana nafasi sawa. There is nobody who was born to work at BOT. There is nobody who was born kufanya miradi yote yeye in the name of kampuni iliyosajiliwa. I know this issue, as I said, we have to compromise somewhere because it's not only based on one sector. It is multi-sectoral. When you talk about policy, you have to look at, it's about business. So you have to look at the Minister of Industrial and Investment. If you are talking about any transaction, you cannot leave out of the equation the Central Bank of Tanzania. That's why we have EPOCA, we have 1, 2, 3, we have cybercrime, we have whatever. These are the things, are the tools to help us to protect it, but also to work smoothly in order to impact to our economy. Why today we are here? We're here because we are looking at how we can fast track the policy making. We don't want to be left behind. As one of the panelists said, I don't know, I think it was, Annette mentioning some of issues I was really concerned. Also, I saw Mr. Kennedy discussed about the need of change of regulations. Mr. Haley, as well, I captured some few things. Johnny Mlusha, was very deep because he's in the industry and he's practicing and he can feel it. And also Lulu Mwanakilala, the government should not be reactive, should be proactive in the process. Dear brothers and sisters, as I said, the government, gentleman here said, it has an individual with different diversities, different views. That policy you're trying to put in place, they might not be very good for them, but it might be good for the private sector. So you're the one who can push it. So, but for the policy, you find that the government find it very useful to its people, then it can push it by itself. But still, the process of making the policy is whereby we have to come up with some solution to shorten, but without removing the part of engagement, public engagement. But still, we should see how we can make it. That's what I want to hear from you. What proposal do you put on table? The word innovation, how it's going to help us to cut this process from 10 years to 2 or 3 years. We have to look at the best practice. What other countries do? How this innovation can be used. Are we going to be the first country to take innovation on board in policy making? We have to make some study and to understand how others they are successful by taking innovation on board in policy making. That also should be part of our assignment. Definitely, maybe this might be on the government side, yes, but still, if we bring to discussion, you should be well informed on whatever the government is saying. Ni sawa na wewe kwamba teknolojia yako imeshaachwa na wakati, halafu najaribu kumonta mtu ambaye teknolojia yake iko juu. Unaelewa maana yake? Utakuwa unajidanganya kama unamonta, si ndio? Lazima ili uweze kumonta, basi na wewe unatakiwa uwe na teknolojia nini? ya juu zaidi kuliko unaimonta. Ili uweze kuwa na argument nzuri, lazima uwe na skills it takes to argue, namna ya kuweka kitu fulani ili kiwe successful. Lakini ikiwa one sided, kwa mfano nikaja kwenye nanili, kwenye discussion, tukaja watu wawili, nikaja na Profesa Msele, nikamchukua Dr. Nkundo, nikachukua na halafu wewe ukaja na watu ambao wanajua kuchezea iPhone. That is public engagement, si ndio? Lakini je, hiyo ilikuwa discussion au ilikuwa maelekezo? Sasa ili mtu awe tayari kwenda kuargue na watu ambao wamejiandaa kwa ajili ya hiyo, basi na yeye lazima ajiandae, si ndio jamani? Kwa sababu it will come to the point kwamba lazima tuambizane ukweli. Bahati nzuri tumebahatika sana hii nchi kuwa na Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Ametoa uwanja mpana sana na wigo mpana sana kwa wananchi kuweza kuongea na kushauri. Hayupo hapa lakini tupo, manake atamfikia. So I believe tunaweza tukafanya vizuri sana, kwa sababu nimeona vichwa vizuri sana hapa vimekaa. Hivi vichwa, yani kwa haraka nilivyokuwa nimekaa pale, nishajua kabisa kwamba Mrusha naweza kumtumia kwenye discussion gani, Lulu nitamtumia kwenye discussion gani, nishajua Anet nitamtumia kwenye Kennedy kwenye discussion gani. Yani kwa dakika chache ambao nimewasikiliza hapa, nishajua their areas of competence, ambapo tukishakaa katika maeneo hayo watakuwa na uwezo mkubwa sana wa kutusaidia twende kwenye uelekeo sahihi. Nimemsikia wakili msomi hapa, alikuwa sijui amekaa Harry, yes. Nimegundua kuna eneo fulani aligusia, nikasema huyu jamaa kuna siku itabidi tukaenea kwenye eneo fulani, kwa sababu there are so many talents we have ili tuweze kuijenga nchi yetu. Kwa sababu to be a leader is not necessary to be intelligent. To be a leader is to know how to use the talents available. Nchi hii talents zipo. And I can assure you, we can remove even the mountain with the talents available in Tanzania. What we need is the framework ambayo itatupeleka kwenye kile ambacho tunakihitaji. Ndugu zangu, kwa kweli shule niliyoipata leo ni kubwa sana. Shule kubwa mno. Kuna watu walikuwa wanajiita moderator lakini kumbe walikuwa walimu wangu tu. Kwa sababu kwa namna ambavyo walikuwa wanauliza maswali na ndivyo ambao walikuwa wanataka kuwafundisheni. Sasa wakataka wapitie kwangu. Very unfortunately wakajikuta kwamba nawarudishia wao mpira. Lakini lengo ni nini? Ni kwamba tunahitaji the public ndo ije na majibu, halafu sasa sisi tuje tuyaweke sawa ili tuende mbele. Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu, nawashukuru sana. Kwa kweli mimi nimefarijika sana kuwa part of this discussion. I've learned a lot. Now I understand the end of this discussion is the beginning of another discussion. We just need to make some segment that this discussion should be typical on this matter. This discussion on this matter. We understand sometimes mtu akiongea anajiachia kwa sababu anataka wajue wenzake kuna nini ambacho pia ni tatizo, kwa sababu it's not easy to find this platform. So if you get this kind of opportunity, it's different. Even if it was me, I could use this platform to tell you what is the problem. And actually what we discussed here is the problems after the policy we have in place. So we have to go through the policy we have to see where there is a problem, and also to adjust the speed on how we can review this policy we have in order to address the problem. Dada yangu nimesikia umeenda miaka karibia 4. Just to get through. Yani ili utoboe, yani kazi iko kubwa. Mimi naumia mwenyewe kwa sababu sipendi watu tuwe hivyo, kwa sababu hata rais hapendi aone watu wanafanyaje, wanakwama, kwa sababu rais inamsaidia. Wewe ukishakuwa na tech company, let's say you have to get some innovators, researchers, troubleshootings, kuna watu wa network, kuna watu wa utakuwa umetusaidia kufanyaje, kupata ajira kwa watu wengine, si ndio jamani? Kwa lazima sisi tuwe facilitator kwako kuhakikisha kwamba unapata nani haraka kwa nani. Of course, na ndio maana tunakuja na tunataka kuja na hii digital blueprint. Lakini vile vile tunataka kuintegrate taasisi zetu ambao e-government wanafanya kazi nzuri sana kwa sasa, lakini tunaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba hizi movement za hapa hatutaki ziwepo. Tunataka one stop center, you get all the services, you're done. You move to the service provision. Ndugu zangu, nawashukuruni sana na wapongezeni sana kwa conversation hii. Naamini siku nyingine, naombeni siku nyingine tufanye hivi. Naomba msinialike kama mgeni. Naomba nije nikae huko ndani, halafu na mimi niulize maswali, halafu tuulizane maswali, yani mpaka kieleweke. Ikiwezekana na mlango tunafungiana pale. Tukitoka huko tutoke na solution. Kwa sababu bila kufanya hivyo tutaendelea kuimba, tutaimba, tutakuwa na series of dialogue, but we are not coming to an end. So ni lazima tufikie kipindi sasa tuseme kwamba now enough is enough. We have to come with the solutions. We have to address this problem na liishe. Likishaisha, si ndio achievement yetu hiyo? Nawashukuruni, asanteni sana.
Asante sana, nadhani imerudisha kwetu. Jamani, makofi. Mpira umerudisha kwetu. Asha and the team, I think maybe consideration next time it's a working session. Tukiingia hapa, it's all about actually coming out with something concrete. Asha, anything to say as we close off? I think in terms of closing, very 1 minute.
I think with the time, we usually observe time for the first comers today. This is just the first, and it always happens. It is number 5, na kwa bahati mbaya tumechelewa leo. Makosa yalikuwa yetu kwa ajili ya miscommunication. Nataka kushukuru hilo tu na kuomba msamaha wa dhati, la sivyo narudisha kwa Lilian mwenyewe. Asante.
Sawa, karibuni chakula cha mchana. Welcome to lunch. I think there is somebody who's passing along cards for the reserve tables, the 3 tables on the front. I think there's a specified area that Alexa, so please follow Alexa. There's a specified room for you. But other than that, thank you so much, and wishing you a great start of the week. Asante.